guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I believe that is my cue. All right, lights, cameras, and action. Here we go. right, so we're already headed down the backside of the work week as we close out a hump day in the Eastern Time Zone. Thursday coming on. 7th day of July, 7/7 of 22. And from time zone to time zone, we'll work our way into a Thursday. A full 5 hours coming your way. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Based in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, finally got some rain. Boy, did we ever. In the form of a very intense line of thunderstorms. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Here at the home 20. Strong winds. Lots of 60-plus mile per hour straight line wind reports. And actually a tornado to the east, just to the east of the secret bunker, one county over, as a matter of fact. Goshen Township, Goshen, Ohio, here in Southwest Ohio. They've declared a state of emergency this past afternoon. Tornado touching down multiple buildings and trees knocked down, lots of trees down on homes. Again, right about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, according to the Doppler radar, two injured as a result of the storm. No serious injuries, that's good. The update this past afternoon, it's a blessing. At this time, only 2 confirmed injuries. One was a firefighter injured by a chainsaw, transported to the hospital for stitches likely. One was a citizen injured by falling debris. Individual was conscious and alert, but they were asking people to stay off the road so they could clear things up. And for the rubberneckers or the sightseers, please don't come to our area right now. Significant storm damage seen near the intersection of Ohio 28 and Dick Flynn Road. Extensive damage to the fire and police departments, ironically. The fire station partially collapsing there. Yeah, the extensive damage causing issues for first responders trying to coordinate responses, obviously. Crews were able to get their equipment out of the building, but there was also a gas leak at the fire station. So Duke Energy had to be called in. Other buildings in the area, including one that houses the Allstate Insurance branch, had the roof torn off. A building that housed the Bix driving school also destroyed. Yeah, they said the township might put a curfew in place as crews continued to survey damage and go door to door checking in with residents. If there's an emergency, you said you could still call 911. Now, the Red Cross was setting up a shelter at the Goshen High School this past evening. They did say people could bring their pets, although they'll be kept in a separate area. Red Cross is on the scene providing food and water, as well as a canteen service for the first responders there. But that tornado is this line of strong storms moved through the tri-state region, as we call it here, southeast Indiana, southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky, winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. At the height of the storm, more than 100,000 were without power. A tornado warning was in effect for the area and the surrounding counties of Claremont and Brown at that point in time. So they'll be sending out an official National Weather Service survey team, which will determine the size and the scope of the tornado. Not sure if they were able to get that completed this past evening or if they'll be doing that here later this morning, Thursday, once the sun comes up. Yeah, but in the post-rain, lots of moisture still in the air, very muggy out there. Not quite as muggy as we were 24 hours ago. Matter of fact, we were actually at 80 degrees at this time 24 hours ago, 74, so a bit cooler, but you can definitely see some fog beginning to settle in. That cluster of storms has progressed all the way into the southeastern tier of the country, still producing a few severe thunderstorm warnings over the easternmost reaches of North Carolina at this hour. There's a pretty decent line, about 50 miles east of Fayetteville, North Carolina. That extends right on over to the Atlantic coast. Still some heavy rains stretching from Florence, South Carolina, down to just to the east of Orangeburg. Another decent cluster of showers, torrential rains pushing through Georgia tonight. If you're traveling along I-20 at this point in time, at this moment, some torrential rains for the eastern half of the state. Rains extending from just to the east of Roswell. There in Georgia, again, down to I-20, rain in the Athens, Georgia area. So we've just got some clusters of thunderstorms in the southeastern portions of the country tonight. Elsewhere around the country, still some spotty showers through central Illinois, back through northern portions of Missouri. A cluster of thunderstorms in north central and northeastern Kansas. A pretty decent line of thunderstorms pushing through eastern portions of Colorado, now moving into northwestern Kansas and the southwestern corner of Nebraska. All that activity east of a line from Denver to Pueblo, Colorado. A lot of rain in Montana again tonight. My. Central and eastern portions of the state where you have seen abundant rainfall on a daily basis. That's going to be changing as we head into the weekend. You're finally going to get a chance to dry out a bit there in Montana here in a couple days. Going back, this is the same disturbance back onto Tuesday into the early hours of Wednesday, confirmed by the Storm Prediction Center. An actual derecho indeed did occur, leaving thousands without power, extensive damage, at least 4 injured. Storm Prediction Center said they received 255 reports of damaging winds and hail, most of which came from the derecho stretching through South Dakota and down into Iowa. What is a derecho, you say? That's a storm complex that causes continuous or maybe intermittent straight-line damage for 400 miles or more along a 60-mile wide or greater swath. So a big chunk of real estate. These sort of things have caused extreme damage. We had the widespread destruction across Iowa back in August of 2020. Decimating fields of corn. That derecho had wind gusts that reached up to 140 miles per hour. Hard to imagine. The damaging wind gust from Tuesday's derecho did indeed take down power lines across the Midwest. As of Wednesday morning, still 36,000 customers without power in Indiana and Ohio. The top winds were reported just to the northwest of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, a town called Howard. 99-mile-per-hour winds observed there. According to the South Dakota Department of Transportation, they had their roadway weather information sensor. Wind gusts of 70 miles per hour or higher were sustained for roughly 20 to 30 minutes, if you can imagine that. On into northern Iowa, the storm chaser capturing the moment the winds blew a semi off the roadway. Video shared by KCCI television. The semi could be seen blowing down the road before coming to a stop, jackknifed on the left side of the roadway. But according to the journal Science, of course, this is the corn belt of the country, one of the most extremely fertile regions on the planet. Right there in the Great Plains, more than 10 million bushels of corn are produced there on an annual basis. When damaging storms plow through the region, there can be significant damage to the crops. Video being shared on social media from the winds. Tuesday night storms flattened a number of cornfields across South Dakota, and some areas picking up several inches of rainfall. One thing, when we wrapped up the program this past morning, final note, we were talking about the rains that had been falling there in central Ohio, in and around the Columbus area. Indeed, they had flooding issues. Flash flood warnings were in place during the overnight hours. They had picked up in some locales in and around Columbus as 5 to as much as 8 inches of rain. And the Weather Service was saying some of those could have still picked up another 1 to 2 inches of rainfall before things concluded there. So we saw that risk of violent storms along a 2,000-mile-long zone stretching from literally Montana to the Carolinas this past day. Yeah, storms will continue to fire, turning severe along the northern and eastern rim of this big dome of heat that remains anchored over the south central states through the day today, Thursday. National Weather Service has issued flash flood warnings in several western locations, a number of counties in Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Colorado. Then over to the East Coast, as I mentioned, North Carolina were under similar warnings this past evening, as well as portions of West Virginia. Yeah, some of those storms are going to persist into the middle of the night tonight, so for several more hours. All right, we'll talk about any location from the central and northern Rockies, as well as the southeastern states, will be at risk for an isolated severe storm through Thursday and Thursday night. There are some locations where a greater concentration of severe weather is more likely. Tonight, we're looking at that zone in central Montana. We'll see another cluster from central Illinois to maybe eastern North Carolina. Now, as far as Illinois is concerned, not really seeing anything as far as intensity there, just, some scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. Thunderstorms more likely back into northeastern portions of Missouri at this hour. But then again, as the storms plowed through southwestern Ohio, including, as I mentioned here, the Cincinnati area, a destructive tornado, thousands of power outages, and, of course, as we mentioned, the state of emergency in the town of Goshen, Ohio. All right, the potential for flash flooding could become the most significant concern as we progress through the day, Thursday into Thursday night, because we'll see this repeated, slow-moving nature of some of these storms. That's a major player in producing excessive amounts of rainfall in some communities. All right, there you go. And going back to earlier this week, Independence Day into Tuesday, we saw some of these storms plowing through Indiana. 4 to 8 inches of rain being produced in some of those areas. There's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things off and rolling here this Thursday morning. Philly Dan is on board, first out of the box. Or maybe it was a tie with horse feathers. Morning drivers from Philadelphia, says Dan, stay safe. And everybody, be careful out there. God bless the Rambler. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Yeah, there's Todd online. Jacob says, what's up, Steve? Colton with us again. Young Colton on board again tonight. Good afternoon. Any guess who that would be? Hammer down. Hello, Larry. Very soupy 82 degrees in Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Heat index has it feeling still close to 90 degrees at the midnight hour, according to James. Wow. A sticky night. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear and 73 in Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up there. Well, speaking of the Rambler, there he is on board. Good evening, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in with you from the hot, humid south city of New Orleans. We've got 79 degrees right now. Steve, did you hear about the 18-wheeler accident in the Bankhead Tunnel today? Mobile, Alabama. Yeah, I saw you actually sent me to the link to that. I got the link, and I've got the story here in our industry headlines. We'll check in with you later on. Until then, everybody stay safe, drive safe, and know that this old preacher loves y'all. All right, very good. Morning. Timothy said it's all nice and quiet in his home 20 tonight. Morning, Steve. There's Deborah. It's a nice 74 degrees in Indiana. Stay safe out there, everybody, especially my special guy. He's going to Paw Paw, Michigan this morning. I'm hoping to maybe ride with him later tonight. All right. Have a terrific Thursday. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Still kind of rainy, 73 degrees in the hometown of Samuel Longhorn Clemens, a.k.a. Hannibal, Missouri. A special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from Tom and Huck. Okay. I'll be your Huckleberry. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. We've got a hot 75 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Bolt checks in, 75 in Kaiser, West Virginia. Hello to all of our West Virginia listeners. Finishing up work, heading to a friend's house to hang out afterwards. Have a wonderful night, Steve, and all the fellow listeners there. There's Buckeye Boy checking in, still hanging out at Miramar Beach. They're in Florida with 86 degrees. What a great day fishing with the granddaughters. We didn't catch anything, but they did catch several small ones, which they were still actually pretty excited about. Thursday, it's kind of a relaxation day. Maybe a little pool time. The grandkids' parents will be here, so should have a great euchre game and maybe some great food. I made shrimp, scallop, and broccoli fettuccine Alfredo tonight. A little garlic bread and a salad. All right. I'm kind of hungry here. Stop that there, Dean. Turned out pretty good. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there as Dean and the family continues to enjoy their summer vacation there. There's Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Warren checks in from Hagerstown, Maryland. Online tonight. Chevy Guy heading back to South Georgia tonight. There you go. Copy in the mail. Let's see. JT is on the balcony at Myrtle Beach with 85 degrees at this hour. All right. Love that beach time, right? There's our tinfoil hat friend. What's up? What's going on? C3K, good evening from Kentucky. Richard in Central Florida with 75 degrees. Hello to Steve, Colton, and all the listeners out there. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here as we get things underway. A Thursday coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, feel free to dial us up. That's our number. Lines are open here this Thursday morning. Email from No Handle Dave checking in. Oh boy, Steve, I had one of those rambler nights tonight. Uh-oh. Left Indy for Rock Island, Illinois about 9 in the morning. Was in track to get back to Indy about 7:15 in the evening. Well, that until my serpentine belt for the water pump broke. And I sat on the side of the road for almost 3.5 hours. I'm actually heading home now to get some shut-eye. So I get back out there in the morning and do it all over again. Nothing like my second day being solar-powered, not getting home till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I've had to catch the replay on YouTube because the podcasts haven't been showing up. Yeah, if there's an issue with the podcast and when that might be fixed. Now, I'm not familiar with haven't heard about any issues, but I'll do some checking for you there. Meanwhile, everyone stay safe, and I'll catch the replay later. All right, so he'll be with us about another 30 minutes, I guess, getting home at 1 a.m. All right, maybe a better day for your Thursday there, Dave. All right, industry headlines. We were talking last evening briefly about what used to be known as the People's Convoy. Santa Claus, the guy that goes by the name, not Santa Claus, but Santa is his handle, Santa. And he had kind of taken things over. They did actually block some of the interstates in and around D.C. on Independence Day for a 30-minute period of time, okay? Update. Maryland State Police say they have now charged Santa, the man in connection with the truck and car convoy that blocked traffic on the 4th. This past day, July the 6th, Maryland State Police announced the arrest of David Riddle, a.k.a. Santa, 57 years old. He's based out of Ohio. Of course, goes by the handle Santa, who was at one point part of the People's Convoy. If you had missed the story, they've now kind of dubbed their group the 1776 Restoration Movement. We are not the People's Convoy. They make that clear. But Monday, members of the group reportedly using multiple convoys to demonstrate in and around the D.C. area in support of constitutional rights. This is believed to be a smaller offshoot of the People's Convoy, which we're all familiar with, that made headlines for weeks in and around D.C. But according to the Maryland State Police, Monday morning, troops were dispatched to southbound I-270, south of I-370 in Gaithersburg, Maryland, for the report of several truckers stopping traffic, failing to obey a lawful order to open up the travel portions of the highway. Troopers took action to reopen the flow of traffic, dispersing the convoy. Now, police named Riddle as the alleged leader of the truck convoy. Following that incident, police applied for a warrant for the arrest of Riddle, which indeed at 9 o'clock this past morning, Riddle was arrested by the Metropolitan Police Department there in D.C. He has been formally charged with disturbing the peace, hindering passage, disorderly conduct, and failure to obey a lawful order. According to a statement released by the police this past afternoon, he is waiting to appear before a court commissioner there in Washington, D.C. So I'm assuming he's being held tonight, unless he had an opportunity to appear before a commissioner this past afternoon. But that's all the information we have via our friends at CDL Life. Yes, here's the scoop. The Rambler was asking me about the Bankhead Tunnel, which indeed reopened this past day. Road crews removed the signs and traffic is flowing once again. But it was closed for a number of hours, both lanes, in the Bankhead Tunnel after a crash involving a single 18-wheeler happened a little before 7 o'clock this past morning, according to the Facebook post from the Mobile Fire Rescue. At that point in time, there was no time frame for reopening, but Bankhead Tunnel, if you're not familiar, has a 12-foot clearance. The average height for an 18-wheeler is 13 feet 6 inches. You're not going to fit through the tunnel, in other words. The single truck crash this past morning resulted in the 18-wheeler being slashed completely in half. Hey, that's the deal. So, yeah, what a mess. Someone maybe didn't know how to read the signs or the clearance, or I'm not exactly sure. A couple minutes before we get our bottom of the hour news break, Shorty sends me several stories at this hour, which I had not caught this one. A little scandal in the White House right about now. Now, we're all familiar with the famous Norman Rockwell. You know, there are 4 Norman Rockwell watercolor paintings that have been removed from the White House and replaced with photographs of President Joe Biden. According to the report, the paintings, they say, were a series painted by Rockwell showing various Americans waiting to see the President of the United States, numerous varying presidents. They're panels of watercolors and black and white sketches. The series was entitled, So You Want to See the President. It was displayed in the upper press area of the West Wing near the press secretary's office, apparently. Now, Politico reporting that the paintings were replaced with several jumbo photos of President Joe Biden, citing people familiar with the matter, but it's not clear where the Norman Rockwell paintings are and why they were replaced and who's actually responsible, they say. Now, Politico again cited people familiar with the matter who said the family who owned those Rockwell pieces wanted them back. They were first hung in the White House after Rockwell gave the paintings to Steve Early, who was former President Franklin Roosevelt's press secretary. Yes, we're going back many years. Politico's attempts to contact the Early family did not reveal any information. There are no White House officials on record or on the background about the missing art, which suggests they're not willing to discuss why paintings from one of America's most beloved artists have been replaced with photos of one of America's most unpopular presidents. All right, the plot thickens, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden touted a federal program to delay insolvency for private unions' pension funds. Biden spoke in Cleveland, Ohio on Wednesday about the American Rescue Plan's special financial assistance program.
Pension plans that serve 11 million Americans across the country. And to make sure these pensions are managed responsibly and to protect the participating workers and retirees, the federal government oversees and ensures the plans. But we've seen the risk of millions of workers face as they watch their hard-earned pensions turn into broken promises.
However, critics say taxpayer dollars should not be used to bail out pensions negotiated by unions. Tyson Foods says it struck a deal to buy stakes in 2 Saudi-based poultry businesses as part of its effort to drive growth beyond the U.S. and tap rising demand globally for protein. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book? Fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Torrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Matthew, checking in from Dallas, Texas, with 91 degrees. Wow. A little after 11:30 in the evening, 91 in Dallas. There's no handle Dave, I guess, to make it to the home 20 there. Just checking in before I hit the hay soon from New Lisbon, Indiana, 74 degrees. Stay safe out there, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Rockpick checking in. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. Got 59 degrees. Ooh, a cool night there. Clear skies and Rochester, New York. I'll be listening to you via the radio on the phone soon, right next to the pillow. All right, good to have you on board. Hey, I got your email earlier. Yes, I had seen that video. I haven't been able to find any details of where that occurred at. It's a video that's kind of gone viral. If you scour Facebook or Instagram, you've probably seen it shared by thousands of people. Independence Day celebration. Have a whole family like sitting out in the front yard. Yeah, mom, dad, kids, and a couple of kids out there by the curb, and they're starting their fireworks display. They made a bit of a mistake, and I learned this a long time ago because I had a similar incident, not nearly as big as this, but I had a box of fireworks, lit a bottle rocket that went up and came right back down and landed right in that box. And you know what happens then? Everything else gets ignited. That's pretty much what occurred here. The little boy lights a rocket that would be supposed to be a color rocket. Well, it didn't lift off. It went off right there on the ground, and part of the fireworks went right over into what was apparently a pretty significant box of fireworks. And instantly, they all start going, and the families scattering, scrambling to get the hell out of the way. The video ends before the fireworks stopped going up. But this was like they had this box apparently right back behind a vehicle parked in the driveway. I wouldn't doubt if the daggone vehicle went up in flames. Who knows what all. So we only got part of the story. But yeah, very interesting video. That's your fireworks display gone wrong for sure on that family. Hello to 007 checking in from West Memphis at the Flying J tonight. Morning to Heatwave. Let's see. Morning, y'all. Just got word that two of our drivers were involved in an accident in Barstow, California. Both are okay, but sore. Just released from the hospital. Pictures of the tractor are horrendous, he says. I guess with that, angels are among us. All right. Other than that, sacking out tonight. Where's the beef? Yeah, I'm old enough to remember that commercial, the old Wendy's commercial. Well, that's the question police in Grand Isle, Nebraska are looking to answer from a theft investigation. Over the weekend, well, just going back a couple of weekends ago, 3 trailers full of meat products were reported stolen in the area. According to the Grand Isle police, 2 stolen tractors were used to steal 3 trailers full of meat. From sometime Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon, Grand Isle police said the trailers were likely targeted by the thieves. I think they actually ran around to look for reefer units that were running. The fact that they were all loaded with beef may imply they had done some level of surveillance, maybe. The chief added the thefts are likely not perpetrated by one individual, maybe connection to some other recent crimes. He said it doesn't look like it was possible for a single person to conduct this operation. Most likely a minimum of 2 people or more. And then on top of that, we have similar thefts of meat products in other areas, Colfax County and Omaha over the past several weeks that are probably related, he says. The 2 stolen tractors and 2 of the 3 stolen trailers were discovered by Nebraska State Police outside of Grand Isle city limits. Trailers were empty. Now, as of July 7, a 3rd trailer, which reportedly contained $232,000 plus worth of beef from Greeley, Colorado-based JBS Swift, was still missing. Given the current market, the true value of the stolen cargo could be much higher. The first tractor and trailer that was stolen had a little over $232,000 worth of meat. Now, if you look at the cost of beef right now, yep, it could be between $200,000 and $1 million, depending on what meat cut was on board at the time. Yeah, hot dogs ain't worth nearly as much as ribeye steaks, right? According to the data, though, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, prices for some cuts of beef have seen an increase of nearly 17% since May of last year. Now, Grand Isle Police said the thefts are similar to those reported recently in Schuyler, Nebraska, as well as Omaha, Nebraska, kind of raising suspicions of a developing national trend. Wow. All right, before we get to your calls, which plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388, as we are underway here in the month of July. It's just around the corner. Matter of fact, I believe, as it is a Thursday morning, next Thursday, 1 week from today, be July the 14th through the 16th, the world's largest truck stop will be throwing their annual party to celebrate truckers. They tell us it's going to be a big one this year. Of course, we're talking the Iowa 80 truck stop in Walcott, presenting the 42nd annual Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Iowa 80, which bills itself as the world's largest truck stop east of the Quad Cities area in Iowa, exit 284 off of I-80. Mississippi River is just to the east. Marty Ellis, driver of the OOIDA tour trailer, plans on being at the Jamboree with the spirit of the American trucker, joined by representatives from OOIDA's headquarters, Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, and OOIDA's Fuel Card Program Coordinator Trevor Williams. But yeah, the Walcott Jamboree started way back in 1979. Now, early on, they had a few exhibits, some live music, obviously food, and a rather small display of antique trucks. I mean, maybe a few hundred drivers stopped by. Things have grown exponentially. Organizers expect to draw 30,000 attendees this year. Again, the dates for the Jamboree, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week, 14th through the 16th. More than 175 exhibits expected. Carnival games, Ferris wheel scheduled to be there. Admission and parking are free. Yes, shuttles are provided from the parking area. The big blowout celebration of truckers and trucking includes the Super Trucks Beauty Contest, the Antique Truck Exhibition, Trucker Olympics, the Trucker's Best Friend Pet Contest. Obviously, music and fireworks are planned for Thursday and Friday evenings. And a celebration to mark more than 100 years for the 1921 International Truck, scheduled for Sunday afternoon at the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum, which is also there at the truck stop. The Jamboree wraps up on Sunday. So, all right, Walcott Jamboree, here it is. The question always exists. Is it going to be a scorcher of a week, summertime in Iowa? Possibility you may have temperatures in the 90s, close to 100 degrees. What will Mother Nature throw your way? There are years where it's just scorching hot. There's years where severe weather pushes through the area, flooding rains. You never know. We'll keep our fingers crossed. It's still a week away, but we'll keep an eye on the forecast for Walcott next week and let you know. Hello to Kentucky, Ken. It was good to hear from you last evening in the final hour there. Morning overnight drive crew. Steve Sommers currently in Black Rock, Arkansas. Headed for Tupelo, Mississippi in a couple of hours. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, we'll get to your calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hope your week's going well. We have a Thursday, so yeah, believe it or not, the weekend's just around the corner. But unlike the previous, this one's gonna fly by. Regular old weekend, right? Yeah, there you go. Hey, say, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess somebody had themselves their little, well, you ain't gonna believe this, boss, but the trailer didn't make it moment. So when you come down southbound 83 right down out of downtown York, PA, and if you wanted to get off there, exit 14, which they call the Leader Heights exit, which is Pennsylvania State 182, they kind of have the exit closed from the southbound ramp to try to get on there, and they got most of 182 on the westbound travel pretty well closed off with tractor trailer that's got a dry box on it there, and the name of the company there starts with a W, and I think if I remember right, they're supposed to have blue trucks that are out of Lincoln, Nebraska, but this one was a white truck, so I don't know if there's any designation to, I mean, if there's a, the way the, if they get graduated from a blue truck to a white truck or a white truck to a blue truck or how all that works, But anyway, it's got a white truck hooked to a white trailer, and as I say, it's got a big W that starts the name of it there. And right behind the landing gear, the trailer seems to have busted in half.
Uh-oh.
How do you get down the road ways and get off an exit that's got a red light, and you're waiting at the red light, and you go to start, you get 3/4 of the way across the state highway, and your trailer busts in half, huh? But I sent you a picture off the dash cam there, so if you want to review it a little bit, you can review it, and I don't know if you want to post it up on your site or whatever. You can post it up on your site so everybody else that has whatever places in social media you can post it at, you can put it up. But I don't think the dash cam did too bad a picture.
I just pulled it up. Okay, I hadn't seen that. Yeah, we keep America moving. Well, not in that truck.
But we got a little bit of rain showers going on, so dash cam was taking picture out through a damp windshield that wipers were going across, and so.
So what's the deal? Is that a load that's too heavy that buckled in the middle or something?
I guess it's busted right behind the landing gear to the rear of the landing gear. I mean, it's not 2 feet behind the landing gear that trailer is busted. The bottoms dropped out of it and both sides have collapsed and the roof went up and when they break they go right to the ground. So I don't know. He's not going any further without a wrecker or an offload or whatever they got to do. But yeah, he's blocking 3/4 of the road I was getting ready to go down. Because I had to shoot through between the concrete island and the front end of his truck there, and I was actually waiting to get on the road from the other off ramp coming from the other direction, and I was debating whether I was going to have to go down the wrong side of the road to try to just get past him on the other side of the road. But anyways, as I say, if you want to post that up, you're more than welcome to. And I had a couple other things there for later, but I'm getting ready to throw some gas in a pipe here. Get my pipeline loaded, my pipeline on wheels, get her all loaded up to get my day started. Got to head down towards Manassas. You ever been to Manassas, Virginia, Your Honor?
I have not. No. Manassas.
All right. Well, Manassas. Yep, that's the direction we're headed for. So we're going to see what we can do in the rain shower. But we'll give you a jingle on the way down there, and we'll see what we got going on for you and how your morning's developing.
All right, very good. Thanks for the heads up, though, on the traffic there. I don't know if I'll be able to copy that picture or not so I could share it. But all right, Eskimo Mom just got your update. Now, that was from, 11:20 Eastern time, so about an hour and a half ago. Out of Indiana Department of Transportation, traffic said all lanes closed on I-265 West in Jeffersonville due to an overturned semi. I guess this all occurred about 10:30. Around 10:30 p.m., Indiana DOT officials said a semi overturned between Old Salem Road and Port Road in Jeffersonville. No other info available. Drivers are urged to seek a different route as all westbound lanes have been blocked. They said it's expected to be slowed for around 5 hours as crews cleared the scene. So if that was from about 11:20, could be shut down for several more hours at least there. Now, Eskimo Mom did say that the detour, you're not going to lose much time because it's an industrial area, so should be able to get right around that. Thank you for the heads up there. About 5 before the hour, let's head on check in with Eagle. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, you got me on pretty quick tonight. Yeah, you know something, Steve? Yeah, I'm going to focus on the border situation after I say what I got to say about this punk up in Chicago area. You know something, Steve? I thought I'd heard it all, man. I thought I heard it all talking to a guy on the CB radio today as I was driving in America. I thought I heard every scenario that these people could have a mass shooting in. We started with the churches, the schools, shopping malls, grocery stores, you name it. The list goes on and on and on. If it's stadiums, arenas, music arenas, you name it, they've done it. Yeah, but you know something, Steve? This guy here in Chicago took it to a whole nother level, Steve. He took it to a whole nother. I don't know if you heard the news about this guy. As long as these shootings have been going on in America, Steve, I've never heard this scenario before. Did you hear the news that this guy, after he had a shooting in Chicago, he walked out of he had a bag and he had female clothes and he walked out with girl clothes on. And they said that this guy had the nerve to get in his car, and he was thinking about driving to another location, Madison, Wisconsin, which is not that far from Chicago, and having another shooting. Can you believe that?
That's what they unveiled this past day. He admitted that he was planning to do more. So if they hadn't apprehended him when they did, there could have been yet another mass shooting incident there on the 4th of July.
That's what I'm saying. I've never heard in all the shootings of a man trying to have 2 mass shootings in one day. Now, can you imagine what would have happened? They said that he had a gun, and I think they said he had 60 rounds of ammunition in his vehicle when the police stopped him. So he could have possibly killed, no telling how many people he could have killed in Madison, Wisconsin, if he would have decided to go through with that shooting. Like I said, I've never heard that. That's a new one right there of a man may possibly having 2 shootings in one day.
Yeah.
That's a new, that you know. But like I say, every time you think you've heard it all, something else comes out. But here's the story that really, really pisses me off about this guy. And me personally, Steve, I think his father should get some kind of jail time for what he did. This guy here had already had problems with the police. They had already been to his house and confiscated knives. He was on talking about threatening his family and wanting to commit suicide. Yet his father still went out and purchased this man a gun for this, the same gun that he used to kill these people with. Now, why would you go out and purchase a punk like that, a gun, knowing that this boy has mental problems? He's already threatened you and your family, and you go out and buy this guy a gun. It makes absolutely no sense. Like I said, every time they had one of these shootings, you know, I thought Uvalde, Texas, I thought I'd heard it all with the deal in Uvalde with this guy, what he did, you know, how the police didn't go into school. I thought I heard it all, and then along come this story. It's even worse than Uvalde, if that's possible. Like I said, Steve, like I told you last night, people are going to have to start speaking up and doing something about their kids. If you see that your son or daughter is not acting right, is not acting normal, you need to get somebody informed, somebody, law enforcement, psychologist, somebody involved, because it does no good to notify the authorities after the fact, after they've done their damage. It does no good then. You need to do this before people have lost their lives, because a lot of these shootings, like I told you before, Steve, could have been avoided. The Uvalde shooting and this shooting, both of these shouldn't have never took place if people would have done what they were supposed to do before it happened. And so, like I said, like we always say, Steve, like I always say, it's not a matter of if we're going to have another shooting. It's just a matter of when and where in America, because the Biden administration is not addressing the real issue. They're only focusing on the guns, and it's just a matter of time before we have another punk, 22, 23-year-old punk, somewhere sitting in his room right now, Steve, as we speak, planning another attack on some innocent people somewhere in America. So just get ready, because it will happen. Now, let me say this about the situation down in Texas, Steve, where I reside at. This is a total embarrassment what's happening right now, Steve. It's just totally embarrassing what's going on. Now, like I said, some of the states, some of the counties in Texas are wanting to declare a state of emergency, an invasion, and that's exactly what it is an invasion. No, these people don't have guns. No, they don't have airplanes, missiles, and jets like what's happening in Ukraine. No, but these people are invading the U.S. They're coming in, breaking the law, coming in forcing their way in. God knows what kind of disease they're bringing. We don't know if they're international terrorists. We don't know if they're molesters, rapists. We don't know who the hell these people are. Biden has done absolutely nothing, Steve. It's really a sad state of affairs. Plus, I ain't even talking about the fentanyl. I talked to you about that last week. They discovered a truckload of fentanyl. Governor of Texas said that it was enough fentanyl to kill everybody in the United States of America. And Joe Biden still ain't taking no notice of that, Steve. Even after a truckload of fentanyl was discovered by the Border Patrol that could kill every American in this country, Joe Biden still ain't taking notice, still ain't going down to the U.S. border, still ain't picking up a telephone and calling up Greg Abbott and seeing what the hell he can do to stop this invasion of this country. It's really bad, Steve. This is what you call a dereliction of duty at this point, and it needs to be stopped, because the USA is slowly but surely going down the drain, And the sad part, it's definitely being done on purpose, Steve. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Kamala Harris, she's not involved in the situation down in Texas or any other border state for that matter. And we just continue to see people flow in. You can see right down there, show it on TV every day, Steve, Eagle Pass. These people walking across the river, walking right into the United States of America, walking right across the Rio Grande River, right into Texas. And Biden just continues to ignore the situation. So one of these days, Steve, we'll have a terrorist attack in America, and I guess Joe Biden to blame that on somebody else. That won't be his fault either. As a matter of fact, we almost did have a terrorist attack. I forgot to talk to you about that. Maybe you could check on that, Steve. They said that somebody overheard two guys that was, I think it was in Virginia. They were talking about having an attack on the 4th of July, and somebody just happened to overhear their conversation, and they called authorities, and they stopped that attack. And these two guys were foreigners that had came into the U.S. illegally. And like I said, we almost had an attack right close to Washington. What'd you say?
Yes, I've got that story here out of Richmond. Yeah, they were planning a 4th of July attack, very similar to what occurred in Illinois there. They planning to shoot things up. Yes, turns out two individuals, one a 52-year-old, the other a 38-year-old, in the country illegally, but they had their weapons. I don't reckon they bought them legally, did they? Because you're not going to pass a background check if you're not supposed to be in the country. But yeah, he is correct. It's one of the stories we're going to give you the rest of the story. All that ahead. First, we got to get a news update here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
4 county judges in Texas have signed declarations of invasion, and they've called on Governor Greg Abbott to do the same in an effort to secure the Texas-Mexico border. In response, Abbott's press secretary told the Center Square, quote, all strategies remain on the table as Texas continues stepping up in the federal government's absence, unquote. Judges and sheriffs have praised the governor for supporting law enforcement efforts over the past year because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Hurricane Bonnie has weakened slightly after becoming the first major storm of the eastern Pacific season off southern Mexico, and it's not seen as a threat to land. Bonnie is moving farther away from Mexico's Pacific coast after crossing Central America over the weekend. The tropical storm from the Caribbean caused at least 2 deaths. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A pastor from Chicago's South Side called for justice in his violence-ridden community after support from politicians poured into the nearby suburb of Highland Park following the July 4th mass shooting. TJ Grooms spoke to Fox News.
Me hearing about somebody getting shot is like a person hearing about a kid breaking an arm or falling off a bike. So this area is that bad.
Shootings in Chicago raged over the long holiday weekend, killing at least 10 and leaving 62 injured. 2021 marked the city's deadliest year in a quarter century. The U.S. government wants to simplify the student loan forgiveness process for defrauded students and make it easier for public servants to get the debt forgiveness, according to the Education Department on Wednesday. Reuters reported students who attended for-profit schools that lied or took advantage of them may be considered for debt cancellation as a group. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Gasoline futures fell more than 10% on Tuesday and are down more than 22% since June, raising hopes that the high price of gas across the country might soon fall. The national average for a gallon of gas now stands at $4.78, according to AAA, down from a recent peak above $5 per gallon. 1 year ago, the national average was only $3.13, representing a 50% year-over-year spike in the price of gas. Americans aren't putting much confidence in its institutions.
A 2-year Gallup poll shows Americans have low confidence in American institutions. The president, Supreme Court, criminal justice, banks, Congress, and big business is at a record low 27%. When Trump was in office, Democrats were sour on America. With Biden in the White House, numbers indicate both parties have a lack of confidence in our institutions. Former White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer on Fox News.
When there's a Democrat president, for the Republicans to feel sour about our nation, or when Donald Trump, a Republican, was president, Democrats felt sour about our nation. Under President Biden, everybody seems to be sour.
From the West Coast to USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Rock legend Carlos Santana is doing better after he collapsed during a performance Tuesday night at Pine Knob Music Theater in Michigan. His management team said he was overcome by the heat. The 74-year-old musician canceled Wednesday's show in Pennsylvania. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
There we go. Welcome back. Hour number two on a Thursday. All right, we've been talking about, of course, the big heat dome that's been centered, kind of parked over the central portions of the country. Going to begin shifting further west here in a few days. Yeah, weather, it's already been hot. Daytime highs are going to increase, though, by several degrees in places like Phoenix, Las Vegas, Denver. Now, Las Vegas, they tell us, which has not hit 110 degrees so far this year. You might just do that either during this upcoming weekend or early next week. Phoenix, you're probably going to match your highs in excess of 110 degrees you saw back in mid-June. Denver hit 100 degrees for the first time back on June 11th. You might just give the triple digits another run this weekend. Meanwhile, Salt Lake City has hit 104 times so far this year. Three of those in the middle of June. Yeah, multiple days with highs at or just above 100 are possible starting this weekend and realistically through much of next week. I mean, big time heat wave coming your way, Salt Lake City. Now, that westward shift and the expansion of the heat dome will lead to a downward trend In the coverage of showers and thunderstorms associated with the monsoon in the coming days, the same shift in the weather pattern will actually bring an uptick in the heat in the interior west. That's going to kind of turn off the fire hose of rain that you've been dealing with in much of Montana. Multiple locations in that state, of course, including Yellowstone National Park, were hammered with rounds of torrential rain and flash flooding in recent weeks. Helena, Montana was hit by flash flooding just this past weekend. All right, this pattern change is going to create a drier, more westerly flow of air across much of Montana rather than that plume of moisture from the south, starting this weekend. Now, you may still have some gusty thunderstorm activity. The risk for flash flooding will be considerably lower. Yeah, some leftover moisture will remain trapped beneath the heat dome, probably going to get recycled in the form of some spotty, gusty, very localized, drenching thunderstorms. Yeah, but much less as far as aerial coverage is concerned. Couple of items that Eagle touched on. Yes, thanks to apparently what they're referring to as a hero citizen. Now, the old mantra, if you see something, say something, or in this case, if you hear something, you might want to say something. Richmond, Virginia police announcing this past day 2 men are in custody following a tip that they were planning a mass shooting on the 4th of July. Authorities found over 200 rounds of ammunition, several magazines, 2 rifles, and a handgun in the possession of 52-year-old Julio Alvarado Dubon and 38-year-old Roman A. Balacarcel. Each are now facing the charge of being non-U.S. citizens in possession of a firearm and very well may face additional charges, according to the Richmond police chief. All the chief said was they received a tip from, again, what he referred to as a hero citizen, that Dubon was allegedly planning a mass shooting at Richmond's Dogwell Dell, which they investigated along with the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. He said they were planning to shoot up our 4th of July celebration. We don't know what their intent is, we do know what their intent is, but we don't know what the motive was. He added the fact that the majority of our police department was working on the 4th. And we also had concerns about the Diamond and the baseball game as well over the Independence Day weekend there. We may never know who the tipster was. Now back to the Illinois shooting over the weekend. So the suspect has officially, as they say, confessed to carrying out the heinous act. And yes, he admitted he was planning a second attack in Wisconsin. This past day, the prosecutors stated that, yes, the suspect had confessed. Lake County State Attorney indicating he made the confession after being taken into custody. He went into detail about what he had done, including an admission that he had conspired carrying out, indeed, that second attack in Madison, Wisconsin, after coming down from the Highland Park rooftop, fleeing the scene. He's seriously contemplating using the firearm that he had in his vehicle to commit another shooting. Now, the other kind of the breaking story was that he was in possession of what they call a firearm owner's identification card, FOID for short, which allowed him to legally purchase guns in the state of Illinois. He had legally purchased 5 guns over a 1-year time frame. 2 of those were rifles, one of which was obviously used in the Highland Park shooting. But now it comes to light. You know, someone last evening was alluding to how's he able to do all this? Just a youngster, unemployed, or the father of the 21-year-old has, I guess, admitted he sponsored his son's firearm owner's identification card. But he did this 2.5 years ago. So wait a minute, we're going back to 2019 now. 2019 was the year that not once but twice police had been called to this residence, once after the then juvenile had suggested he wanted to kill himself, and then later that year, actually it was September of 2019, he threatened to kill his entire damn family. That was in September. 3 months later, Dad actually goes out and sponsors getting his card to carry a weapon. Now, he was under the age of 21, and the application was sponsored by his father, according to state police. Therefore, at the time of the FOID application review in January of 2020, there was insufficient basis to establish a clear and present danger to deny that application. See, but as we now know, the dad knew police had been called to their home twice earlier that same year. As I said, due to the son's threat to kill himself and kill the rest of the damn family. Now, months later, that was the second incident where a family member reported that he had that collection of knives and that he was going to kill everybody. Police go out to the residence. They removed 16 knives, the dagger, and a sword from the home. As we mentioned the other night, at that point in time, there was no probable cause to arrest, and none of the family members appeared to be willing to, press any charges or, so he was not arrested. But it doesn't end there. The father then notifies police, no, those aren't his gun. Those knives, that sword, those belong to me. So police actually returned those items, the knives and the sword, the dagger, later that week to the dad. Now, they said there was no FOID card to revoke at that point in time or to review. He didn't even have a pending application at that point in time. Now, here's where it's interesting. Illinois State Police received a clear and present danger report on the subject from the Highland Park Police Department related to those threats that he had made against his family. No arrests in either of those events. And the family not willing to move forward on any sort of official complaint, nor did they have any information about threats or mental health that would have allowed law enforcement to take any sort of additional action. So, between June of 2020 and September of 21, after he got the card sponsored by his dad, he passed 4 background checks when purchasing firearms through the Firearms Transaction Inquiry Program. That includes the National Instant Criminal Background Check. According to state police, the only offense that appeared in his criminal history was an ordinance violation from back in January of 2016 for possession of tobacco. So I guess how old would he have been there? Way underage, right? There was no mental health prohibitor reports submitted by healthcare facilities or personnel regarding Cremo at the time. How much responsibility does dad hold? No one wants to admit, I understand, no one wants to think or admit that their child might be the bad seed. We all want to love and and help and think things will be okay. But in some cases, yeah, as a responsible adult, as a parent, you'd think in the case of actually saying he wanted to kill himself, and then especially the threat to kill everybody in the family, something's not right. There's a loose screw there somewhere. But we'll move ahead there. That's the latest, the updates from the past day. And our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy from the Indiana side of Louisville. 265 West is closed between the exit 11 and 10. Just a small detour to get around it. All right, gets 79 degrees at this hour. Hello to Jay. It's a comfortable 68 degrees in Pennsylvania this morning. Shorty checking in. Back to the father of the shooter there in Illinois. I forgot about that. Yeah, we did touch on that a few days ago. They confirmed that the father that sponsored that firearms card was actually, he was the individual that actually ran for mayor in Highland Park that same year, back in 2019. Yeah, I forgot about that. And I said, Steve, do you know Tree Frog? I said, Steve, do you know if this killer punk was using dope? Yeah, that I do not. I haven't heard anything. If any drugs were involved, if he had any drug issues. All right. There was an update this past day. All right, that might explain it. The tragic incident at the air show, the Shockwave jet truck, which crashed, burned, killing the driver over the Independence Day weekend there, again at the air show in Michigan. Father spoke out this past day, some new information on what he believes led to the crash. Of course, 40-year-old Chris Darnell lost his life in that accident about 1 in the afternoon this past Saturday, participating in the air show and balloon festival there in Battle Creek. Yeah, the shockwave crashing. The father of Chris, providing an update on the events leading up to the crash that killed his son. He explained, and this had been the speculation for several days, they believe a tire had blown. So he says, yes, a blown tire that ruptured the fuel tank as that tire came apart, rupturing the fuel tank on the left side of the truck. That, of course, initiated the fire. I mean, you've got the heat of the jet engines and all right there immediately, because that's what we saw was going down the road. You see a fire erupt. Yeah, at the back, a whole lot more fire than was supposed to be coming out of those jet engines. And that's when the vehicle begins. It all happened so quickly. That's the conclusion after watching the replays and the slow motion video of what unfolded. It's still under investigation with the Federal Aviation Administration, but that would kind of explain it there. Meanwhile, back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Rambler got you coming up. I'm looking at the clock, though. Yeah, I could get off schedule, but if you could just hang in there, we'll get to you right after the news break, which is about a minute away. And then on to, I think Horse Feathers is back and Room for You here on a Thursday morning. All right, I guess I thought we had dubbed this beach, the shark attack capital of the world years ago, but I don't know, maybe if you had to wager a guess, where do you think the shark attack capital of the world is? Yeah, they've already had 3 brutal attacks this year on this beach. Yes, it is New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Yeah, New Smyrna Beach takes that title after a string of terrifying encounters in recent years. The most recent attack was a 28-year-old surfer bitten just before noon on Sunday, as a matter of fact. The man fell off his surfboard and was bitten on his left foot. Minor injuries in that case, thank goodness. This has 2 men in their early 20s, a fisherman and a surfer, suffered bites to their legs and their feet back in March. Last September, a 16-year-old was bitten in the arm while surfing. He survived with just stitches. The Daytona Beach News-Journal reports 2 more people were attacked in May of this year, or May of 21. One was a 21-year-old woman wading in 4 feet deep water. The other was a 12-year-old surfing. June and July of last year saw at least 3 more attacks each. A 71-year-old man standing on a boogie board in shallow water. A 12-year-old was bitten in the arm surfing. 4 days later, another 12-year-old bitten on the arm. An 8-year-old boy bitten in literally just knee-deep water last 4th of July. Actually had to be hospitalized in that case. Same month, an 11-year-old was taken to the hospital after being bit while boogie boarding. And a man was bit while fishing. So the list goes on and on. Elsewhere in Florida, just last week, a 17-year-old lost part of her leg in a shark attack at Keaton Beach. That's off the northwest coast of Florida. Apparently, she was hunting for scallops when she was bit by a 9-foot shark. Ooh, big one. And the increase in shark sightings earlier than usual this summer. You've got the warmer water temperatures, the bunker fish, the seal populations that are kind of luring the sharks into those waters. According to the International Shark Attack File, Volusia County has an annual average of 9 unprovoked shark attacks every year. Of the 73 unprovoked shark bites in the U.S. last year, 64 of them took place near the shore. New Smyrna Beach. according to the numbers here, the chances of getting bit by a shark in New Smyrna Beach are 10 times higher than anywhere in the world. Ooh. It's not going to be my vacation destination, not anytime soon. At least I'm not going to be getting in the water there. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden touted a federal program to delay insolvency for private unions' pension funds. Biden spoke in Cleveland, Ohio on Wednesday about the American Rescue Plan's special financial assistance program.
Pension plans that serve 11 million Americans across the country. And to make sure these pensions are managed responsibly and to protect the participating workers and retirees, the federal government oversees and ensures the plans. But we've seen the risk of millions of workers face as they watch their hard-earned pensions turn into broken promises.
However, critics say taxpayer dollars should not be used to bail out pensions negotiated by unions. Tyson Foods says it struck a deal to buy stakes in 2 Saudi-based poultry businesses as part of its effort to drive growth beyond the U.S. and tap rising demand globally for protein. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book? Fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, multitasking. All right, back to the phones we go. Thanks for hanging in there. Rambler on board. What's happening?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children. And, man, I tell you what, glad to be on the air with you tonight. I wanted to call in last night, but I just chilled out, listened to everyone else's phone calls. And, oh, man, I want to start off by giving you my condolences on the loss of your friend. I understand y'all going to have the services on the 16th of July. And I'm sorry that kind of put a damper on your 4th of July, proceedings. But was you able to grill out any or grill any ribs or steaks or sausage or anything like that?
No,
anything like that?
Never fired up the grill. No, just actually on, I think, Saturday night, I did some fireworks. It was just me, my mom, and one of my neighbors came over. And that's we normally have a big shindig here, but no, it didn't happen this year. So, and then to top it all off, the princess flew out like at 6 a.m. Sunday morning. They had found out either that day or the day before that Aunt Frances's daughter had tested positive for COVID, and later that day, Sunday evening, Aunt Frances tested because she thought she had a sinus. She was positive. My wife got down there Sunday, and then she tested positive this past day. That's why everything's being held off so long till the 16th, because they've all got COVID now.
Oh, God bless. So let me ask you: Are you at home by yourself? Just you and Turbo?
Me, the dog, and daughter's still here. Daughter and the grandson's with us.
Okay, because I just had this vision that if you're at home by yourself, Steve Sommers at home by yourself, I mean, God forbid you're not doing the Tom Cruise bit, sliding around in your sunglasses and underwear dancing.
Yeah, right. Risky business. Yep.
Yeah, risky. Hey, that was a good movie. That That doggone crystal vase, all the heck he had to go through, and had one little old crack in it, and the mom just lost her ever loving mind, But we fired up the grill, Mrs. Rambler. We boiled them ribs and her marinade, and man, we threw them on the grill. We had that Conecuh sausage, and if you don't know anything about Conecuh sausage, you live down south, you know about Conecuh sausage. It comes from Conecuh County. you travel I-65, they have a shop and they have truck parking. You can actually go in there and buy it. It's, I think, exit 93 or 96, exit 96 right there in Evergreen, Alabama. So we do that on the grill. We don't do fireworks because, you know, we have our beautiful Siberian Husky coat and we're scared to death of them.
Yeah.
And trust me, we had our Latino neighbors. Man, they go nuts every year. We New Year's and 4th of July with fireworks, so it was like having a war. I mean, we're talking about mortars and everything, you know, just going crazy. So we had a pretty good 4th, and you know, we're just back at it. Glad to be back out here. Had a pretty good service at the Turban Ministries Church, and the Lord's already given another great message. I was just studying, you know, part of it, and just, you know, Steve, we don't have any good Christian commanders. When I think about a Christian commander, I think about Joshua, the son of Nun. You know, what a great general he was. You know, and the people followed him just like they followed Moses. They followed Joshua. You know, and you read. I heard you reading about this boy that shot up, you know, Highland Park, and I went to Michael Savage's website, was reading some of the things, and come to find out, you know, that his mother, as is according to his site, I hadn't heard it close to nowhere else, that the boy's mother was a quote-unquote energy healer. Well, Steve, that just tells me one thing, that she's into witchcraft, that she's a witch. And, you know, when you're doing that, you're messing with demonic forces. And it don't shock me a bit that this boy was probably demon-possessed. You got to be something, either on dope or just demonically possessed to do something like that. You know, to be able to look at a human life as if they're throwaway cards. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind also, you know, and I used to call your old man years ago, and you know, my running gag was always, you know, the Bankhead Tunnel. You know, I'm going to try and get a truck underneath the Bankhead Tunnel.
Yeah.
And I've been trying, Steve, I've been trying for 24 years. I ain't made it happen yet. It's not going to happen.
Nope.
You know, it ain't going to happen. And what gets me is, and I don't care if you can't speak English, or even if you do speak English, GPS or no GPS, my recommendation, you should go buy you a good old-fashioned laminated Rand McNally map and learn how to read it, or get someone to teach you how to read it, because it's on there on the Rand McNally map. You ain't supposed to go through the Bankhead Tunnel. But, Steve, there are alarms. I mean alarms that if you got a pair of Beats in your ears, you're going to hear it because it's so loud. I mean, everything, flashing light starts going off when you start getting close to it. And it just, I mean, you just got to be from another planet to be able to not know what's going on, or you're just on your phone, or something's going on for you to. And Steve, it happens at least, I kid you not. This happens at least twice a month.
Really?
Somebody will make the attempt, either driving an RV or driving a Penske or a Ryder or U-Haul truck or driving an 18-wheeler, will try to go up underneath that bridge. And it's not going to work. You're not going to make it. You know, trust me, 24 years, I ain't made it yet. So, but no, Steve, you know, and I do express my condolences, and I understand that was a good friend of yours. There was another caller last night, and, you know, I've got personal friends and family that got cancer right now, like my brother Norman Pugh. I think he's listening. I got another friend. I mean, this lady was a phenomenal clarinet player, you know, and the Mobile Symphonic Pops, and she's got stage 4 stomach and lung cancer.
Wow.
You know, we have another truck driver friend of ours. Her name is Corrine Finley. She drives for Alabama Motor Express. Give her a little shout out. Corrine, God bless her. If you Google her name, she's already lost 2 of her children. 2 of her children, God bless them. Chase and Natalie DeBlaze was on visitation to visit their father, and while on visitation, the father and his common-law wife murdered both those children.
Wow.
Yeah. This was a huge court case and everything like that. As if things weren't worse, and Corrine's doing good. She chased her dream and be like, well, what kind of dream is being a truck driver? Well, it's a pretty good career. I was talking to my brother Norman tonight, and you know what? I still get excited. I still look forward to coming into work. I don't dread driving this truck, Steve. I still love it. 24 years later, I still love it. And she made a decision. She followed her dream. Everyone told this lady, Corrine, that she couldn't do it, and she did it. But God blessed Steve while she was at home in our hometown, the port city of Mobile. Her little dog she's had for 3 years. 3 years she's had this companion. Accidentally got ran over. So this poor, and to top it all off, we just found out today that she has COVID.
Wow.
So she's really been through it. So if y'all could throw some prayers for my dear friend Corrine Finley, my brother Norman Pugh, Melissa Haddon, and if you need prayer, and by God, just let us know. All you have to do is just raise your hand, call this show, say, hey, y'all pray for me. You ain't got to address or tell what your problem is. I don't understand why. If it's personal, it's personal. But God already knows. God knows what you have need of before you even ask. But He's such a loving Father that He wants to hear from you. I talk about Joshua, Steve. I go right to the word of God in Joshua chapter 24, and some of the last words this great general spoke. Listen to this. Before he died, some of the last words he spoke, he says, and I'm quoting from him, now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth. And if it seem unto you to serve, if it seems strange or evil unto you to serve the Lord, then Joshua says, and you choose this day whom you shall serve. He says, you have a choice to make. You have a choice. This idiot that shot up Highland Park, he had a choice. And he chose to serve whatever devil or demon he's serving. You have a choice tonight, God's children, to be that general that God wants you to be that person that God wants you to be. Serve him. And not with just lip service. Show God action. So many people serve God with lip service, Steve. God don't want lip service. He wants action from you, God's children. He wants action. Not lip service. Not broken promises. And Steve, hey, look, I gave him plenty of broken promises. We've had that conversation, And I know, we ain't innocent here. Back in the day, I had my fair share of way too many skull busters. Too many of them. I'm sure there's a couple of dead trees around Mobile, Alabama, where it got urinated off and having too many of them. Just being honest here. And you go out there and you go into work, and I used to work construction in that hot Mobile heat. Oh my Lord, just out there sweating and just, oh dear God, get me through this day. Just get me through it, bring me home, and I'll never do this again. Those kind of promises. Knowing all full well I'm telling a big old fat lie. And I'm sure you've had days like that, and I'm sure our listeners have had days and nights and mornings like that too. I've been in the situation, Steve, and I'm trying not to take up too much of your time, to where I've literally walked out of the club thinking I'm going home, going to bed, and open up the bar door, and there's kids getting on the school bus. And I was like, well, I got to go to work.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But thank the Lord, I chose this day whom I serve, and that's the Lord. And if you pound some skull busters, that's between you and God. I love you regardless. I don't care what you do. Well, I do care because I love you. If it's a problem in your life, then hey, I want to pray with you, take it out of your life. But make no bones about it. You can either call this show, reach out to me, Determined Ministries Church. Man, we love you. We pray for you. Steve, thank you for giving me time. God bless you. I love you. And to the friends and family of your lost one, we're praying for him. I can't recall the man. What was his name so I can put him on the prayer list? We can pray for his friends and family. What was his name again?
Forrest Frakes.
One more time.
Forrest, like the woods, Forrest Frakes.
God bless him.
Yeah.
He's going on the prayer list. We're going to be praying for you and your family. I know that was a very close friend. There was a caller that called last night that was a close friend of his. And, you know, if you lost someone close to you, God bless you. We love you. We understand how you feel. But, Steve, I'm going to get off here. But before I do, I got to tell you this, and I mean this sincerely. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Billy Dan, God bless you too, brother. And Steve, I love you, my man. I'll talk to you later, brother.
Have a great morning. And I'm looking at from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. I shared that story about the thwarted Richmond potential shooting on the 4th. I think I came across that via Newsmax. Scooter said, isn't it telling how most media outlets have given zero coverage to that story? Yeah, I can't really say because I haven't tuned into the likes of any of the big three evening newscast or anything like that, so I'm not sure if it's been kind of like running under the radar. Not sure. Let's get a quick 2-minute time out there and back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Fred. Check it in. Good to have you with us. He says, hello, everybody. Tree Frog on board. He said, Steve, I heard the reason the sharks are coming closer to shore is because that's where they're finding fish parts and other food stuff, whether dumped by ships and businesses and whatnot along shorelines, and that's why people are at higher risks along the beaches. Well, all I know is Yeah, the sharks are out there scavenging. They're looking for food. That's right. Hello to Kangaroo. Morning, Steve, and all my trucking friends out there. Got some thunderstorms and lightning flash flood warnings here in north central Montana again tonight. Keep the shiny side up. All right, yeah, a little break in the action maybe here in a couple of days. But, man, yeah, you've seen your fair share of rain in Montana, haven't you? Hello to Mr. Q. Morning, everybody. Raining here in Wheeling, West Virginia as I head back towards Cincinnati. All right. Shorty, what'd you say there? Tell Rambler there's many Christians serving in the Lord's army as secret agents. All right, thank you so much. All right, Horse Feather's back. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So anyways, a little bit of highway news here a little bit. I don't know about a vehicle for the highway. Brother-in-law has a Mazda car, one of the newer Mazdas, and I get this second-hand information, probably, I don't know, maybe third-hand information. But anyways, he was traveling down a highway the other day, and I assume it's probably a 70-mile-an-hour highway up there in Pennsylvania there. And apparently he reached top speed. The vehicle didn't want him to go any faster then. And I don't believe it was triple digits, but it was probably, getting up to the century mark there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the car decided that was as fast as it was going to go, and it derated him to 30 miles an hour, and he couldn't do any more than 30 miles an hour until he actually pulled on the shoulder of the road, shut the car off, restarted it, and then it went back into normal operation. Have you heard of that before, or maybe some of the other callers could call in, see if they know of anything of that?
Interesting. No, I'm not familiar with it. No, but in this day and age, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting tool for law enforcement, you like out there in California and that, where they get them high-speed chases, where they get over triple digits and go down through the suburbs and off the expressways and on the expressways and the wrong way on the expressways, but if the car got to a certain speed and it derated to 30 miles an hour and you couldn't do anything with it until you came to a complete stop, that'd make a difference for law enforcement there, wouldn't it?
Be a hell of a lot easier for them to catch up with them in short order, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. So, but I got a couple things about Maryland knife and gun laws there. If you want to do your break and hold me over, we can do that on the other side. If you want, stay on track here, see if we can keep this night from being all effed up.
I love everybody watching the clock for me there, because yes, we are upon the 2:00 a.m. Eastern time coming up here. So yeah, we'll take care of our news break. Yeah, I pulled up the radar there. I'm not really seeing much over toward Will. I mean, maybe a few spotty showers. That's about it. But you should have smooth sailing pretty much from that Wheeling back to Cincinnati run. On out into, for our friend there in Montana. Yes, heavy rains. Yeah, north, central, and eastern portions, about the northern half of the state. North, central, and northeast. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 county judges in Texas have signed declarations of invasion, and they've called on Governor Greg Abbott to do the same in an effort to secure the Texas-Mexico border. In response, Abbott's press secretary told the Center Square, quote, all strategies remain on the table as Texas continues stepping up in the federal government's absence, unquote. Judges and sheriffs have praised the governor for supporting law enforcement efforts over the past year because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Hurricane Bonnie has weakened slightly after becoming the first major storm of the eastern Pacific season off southern Mexico, and it's not seen as a threat to land. Bonnie is moving farther away from Mexico's Pacific coast after crossing Central America over the weekend. The tropical storm from the Caribbean caused at least 2 deaths. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A pastor from Chicago's South Side called for justice in his violence-ridden community after support from politicians poured into the nearby suburb of Highland Park following the July 4th mass shooting. TJ Grooms spoke to Fox News.
Me hearing about somebody getting shot is like a person hearing about a kid breaking an arm or falling off a bike. So this area is that bad.
Shootings in Chicago raged over the long holiday weekend, killing at least 10 and leaving 62 injured. 2021 marked the city's deadliest year in a quarter century. The U.S. government wants to simplify the student loan forgiveness process for defrauded students and make it easier for public servants to get the debt forgiveness, according to the Education Department on Wednesday. Reuters reported students who attended for-profit schools that lied or took advantage of them may be considered for debt cancellation as a group. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Gasoline futures fell more than 10% on Tuesday and are down more than 22% since June, raising hopes that the high price of gas across the country might soon fall. The national average for a gallon of gas now stands at $4.78, according to AAA, down from a recent peak above $5 per gallon. 1 year ago, the national average was only $3.13, representing a 50% year-over-year spike in the price of gas. Americans aren't putting much confidence in its institutions.
A 2-year Gallup poll shows Americans have low confidence in American institutions. The president, Supreme Court, criminal justice, banks, Congress, and big business is at a record low 27%. When Trump was in office, Democrats were sour on America. With Biden in the White House, numbers indicate both parties have a lack of confidence in our institutions. Former White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer on Fox News.
When there's a Democrat president, for the Republicans to feel sour about our nation, or when Donald Trump, a Republican, was president, Democrats felt sour about our nation. Under President Biden, everybody seems to be sour.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Rock legend Carlos Santana is doing better after he collapsed during a performance Tuesday night at Pine Knob Music Theater in Michigan. His management team said he was overcome by the heat. The 74-year-old musician canceled Wednesday's show in Pennsylvania. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, what else in the mix? Another hour off and rolling here. Hey, 3 hours of live radio on TNC Radio. Wednesday evening turns into great programming for your Thursday morning right after the overnight drive. Coming up 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Catch Tom Kirk and a number of callers talking about the AB5 and the impact on the trucking industry. It's Keep On Talking Live. And it's Angie and Larry Baum bringing their stories from the road on taillights. This week, meet their boss and hear about his success story. And finally, it's Anderson and Banker on the only sports show designed for truckers. Clutch Time Sports starts at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Catch it all on tncradio.live or the app, or find TNC Radio on over 4,000 devices. All right, back to horse feathers here. What'd you have to share with us?
So, anyways, we got talking a little bit about this deal with the Supreme Court and the guns and, what's allowed, not allowed. Laws are going to have to change. So, state of Maryland there, the governor there, he pretty much told everybody that, they had to, the laws are changing here and whatever needs to be changed for the concealed carry permit, what you have to, for the application and what they can have on there and what they can't. So it's going to make it a little easier to get a concealed carry permit in Maryland. But not that it's going to make it that much easier, because I started looking into it there to actually even, it looks like now, pretty much I got to get a New York City lawyer to get through all of it, figure it out, even get through the legalese part of it, figure it out. But it does appear as if I have to take a 16-hour training class before I can even submit an application. So in order to take the 16-hour class, it costs somewhere in the neighborhood of $500, and you have to have a weapon and somewhere around a couple hundred rounds of ammunition to use in the training class. But you can't get a weapon unless you have a permit, but you can't get a permit because you don't have a weapon. Huh? We always went through this with the trucking deal, You can't get a job because you don't have experience, but you can't get experience because you don't have a job and all that. So, but anyways, I guess most of these facilities will generously rent you a weapon for an additional somewhere between $50 and $100 during the course, and then you have to buy their ammunition to put in the weapon that you rent from them. And so I don't know. It seems a little bit like a scam market here. But I guess if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. But then you can apply for the everything, and then if your application's approved, then you can go to your gun store and purchase your weapon. But if you're going to do it in Maryland, you might want to hurry up before the next legislative session begins, because it looks like the first topic on their agenda is going to be making all of the concealed carry a lot harder to get than what it already is in Maryland. And they're, like the abortion deal is by the state, they're going to make the state mandates that much harder at this point. But it pretty much says in there, if you've been convicted of any crime, or you had any illicit substance, or pretty much even jaywalking or anything of that nature, you're pretty much can't get a concealed carry permit. So as I say, there's a lot of legalese. You almost need a New York lawyer to get it all figured out, and they got it all buried in like 200 pages of information. You got to sift through to get through it. But anyways, in the process of doing that, I came across an interactive deal there that does reciprocity, and I forwarded that to you in an email. And if you put in the state you're from, that you have your permit with, your concealed carry permit to take your weapon around, it'll show you which states you are and are not allowed, reciprocity to carry your weapon to. So, because I know that's always been a thing, whether truck drivers can have it and cross state lines and all that. And we talk about reciprocity. And the one thing I'll tell you is if you're going to go through Maryland, you do not have reciprocity because Maryland does not do anything with any other state, at least for coming into Maryland.
Really?
Maryland does not accept any other concealed carry permit. So if you don't have a Maryland permit, you're not allowed. So now I don't know if there's a transportation thing that, you can have the weapon, broke down in a locked box separate from the ammunition and the whole 9 yards. As I say, you need that New York City lawyer to be able to figure all this out. But anyway, so I forwarded you that, and then I also forwarded you a thing because it came up I came across the thing for knife laws, and it looks like pretty much, and I'm not sure if there's a size, back to the New York City lawyers here, but for the size of the blade, because they don't want like Bowie knives and machetes and things like that to be carried around, but it looks like a fixed blade knife is pretty much legal right across the board. But a folding knife, like a pen knife or, your folding hunting knives, now they're a little bit in a gray area. It's hard to figure out exactly what is legal and isn't legal. And then any automatic blade, a spring operated blade, a switchblade, whether it comes out the end or flips out the side, however, they're completely illegal. So anyways, that was kind of interesting. I didn't even realize that there was knife laws in Maryland, and so I kind of figured the switchblade, the automatic blades, that would be an issue, but I didn't realize the folding blades, pen knives, and stuff like that there was actually regulations on them as well. So what a communist state I live in, Your Honor. But I tell you what, and then there's things in there. Get back to the gun laws a little bit about like an AR-15. You can't have. I don't believe you can have the assault rifle, style AR-15s or the AK-47s. But if you have it in a pistol style, you can actually have that with your carry permit. You can actually have a pistol style AR. So as I say, get that New York City lawyer out there, try to figure it all out for me, because I tell you what, it's certainly not for a truck driver to be able to understand. They certainly got their laws, written up so that pretty much if they want to get you for anything, they can get you for anything as a legal citizen trying to do something, because you're going to make a mistake that they're going to interpret the way they want it, to be able to, if they're after you, if they want you. So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. But as I say, that reciprocity thing, I thought that was kind of interesting. So if you can, I don't know if you have a way you could share that out there in the general public as well too, whether people would appreciate that or what. But it was kind of nice because you could choose which state you were from, and it would actually
show you,
tell you all the states. It actually shows you on a colored map. It tells you in colors of all the different states. Yes, no, and hell no. But anyways, so other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. And rain's coming down pretty good. Just got crossed back to Macy-Dixie line back into Maryland there, the communist nation of Maryland, and rain's coming down pretty heavy. You got some decent standing water on the roads, and can kind of watch it flow off the front wheels there pretty good out the windows. It's kind of putting it down here a little bit, and I know we're supposed to have showers all the way until the morning rush hours, so we'll see what all comes about. But other than that, that's about what we got going for you right now.
All right. Thank you for the update. Thanks for the email. Yeah, kind of a soggy night. Yeah, let's see. From Hagerstown all the way over to I-95. Northern Maryland, that's a lot of heavy rain. Yeah, things breaking up. You're pretty much in the clear from Urbana to Germantown and Got some more rain just to the east of Baltimore, heading across northern portions of Delaware. It's all moving east, though, so all that rain back into Hagerstown is kind of dropping east and slightly southeast through the state of Maryland. It's been a while since we heard from Brain Dead. What's been going on?
Oh, lots of stuff, brother. Like the story that I sent you. You want to try some of that?
I'm looking here. Would you send me an email or what?
Yeah.
I don't know. Horse Feathers just said he sent me a couple of things, and I'm not seeing any of those, and I'm not seeing anything from you either. So maybe I need to refresh my email.
Yeah, that would be helpful, wouldn't it, there, Steve-O? But no, back in April we had a bid change, and a guy that was 3 ahead of me bumped me off of this bid that I'm on now, or the one that I held for a year, and I went back to P&D, and I kind of remembered why I don't like P&D, but still, at the end of the day, paycheck's good on Friday, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's literally your time, and you have to figure out how to get from this end of town to that end of town, because this place closes at 3 o'clock and this one closes at 3:30, and you just try to get everything done. And it was run, and I would start my shift about at noon, and by midnight, 1 in the morning, I was generally getting off. So that was pretty much it. And you know, Paul Dingbat called and told you she wrecked the pickup back in Memorial Day. So luckily we had enough money to get us another vehicle, and they finally settled up with me on the pickup. So we got that taken care of. But she didn't tell you what happened to her here about a week or two ago, did she?
I don't think I've spoke to her since in the past week, no.
Oh, buddy, I've been in the outhouse ever since.
Uh-oh.
You see, our little town has gotten smart because in Memphis we have a whole bunch of these reckless drivers. You know, they'll go out in the middle of an intersection and start doing donuts and drive real aggressively.
Yeah.
You know, red lights they don't apply to me. So our little town decided to put up one of those little red light cameras. So she said, well, they one of them little robot officers not going to stop me. I ain't going to worry about them. So we go through this intersection we're set up at. She goes, you see that flash? That robot officer caught me. I said, no, babe, I didn't see no flash. She goes, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to prove to you that I saw that little robot officer flash, do that little flash. I said, all right, fine. So she turns around and goes right back through the intersection the other way. She goes, see, I told you he flashed me. I want to get a ticket for one of these robot officers. I said, babe, I didn't see nothing at all. Just go on to the grocery store. We're running a little bit behind. She goes, I'm going to show you again. I'm going to go through that intersection this time, but I'm going to creep through there. I'm going to just going to kind of mosey along a little bit. I said, all right, fine. So she turns around. She goes on back through there at about 5 miles an hour, and that thing flashes, and she goes, see, I told you. It went off and took my picture. I said, babe, I didn't see no flash. Just calm down. So about a week or so later, we got a ticket she got a ticket in the mail, and brought it. Well, she got a ticket in the mail and brought it in, and there was not one but 3 tickets in there. And I'm sitting here smiling, the biggest smile you'd ever want to smile, Steve. And she goes, what in the wide world of sports are you smiling so big for? I go, well, remember that robot officer? Well, you weren't wearing your seatbelt. Bye to me, Steve.
Mm-hmm. 21 past the hour, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, the pros, the cons. I shared a video from somewhere in California. Yeah, the one state with more electric vehicles than any other. A lot of Tesla drivers there, right? And it was someone going through, just filming along the line of cars, waiting to get to the fast charging station. Dozens and dozens of vehicles. And the average charge time is 30 to 60 minutes. These people are going to be in line for hours to charge their vehicle. I came across a story this past day, quite interesting, because inquiring minds want to know. When they tell you you'll get X number of miles out of a charge on your electric vehicle, how accurate are those numbers? And if you're thinking about purchasing one of the new electric pickup trucks to be a work truck, you maybe really ought to think twice. You say, maybe you've seen the bumper sticker on a truck that says, yes, this is my pickup. No, I won't help you move, right? Well, if you have an electric pickup, you may want to think about reversing the idea of that bumper sticker, because helping someone make a short distance local move may be about all you can do. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but not by much, because if you want to tow a trailer or a boat, your destination had better be close. Otherwise, you'll be making frequent stops to recharge your battery system. Yeah, there's a YouTube publisher known as Fast Lane Truck that did a little comparison between an electric and a gas-powered pickup to determine how far each could tow a 3-ton box trailer. The contestants were an electrified Ford F-150 pickup, versus a GMC Denali Ultimate Edition with a 6.2-liter V8 gas engine. Each towed an identical new toy hauler trailer about 25 feet in length that, while empty, was large enough to transport an entirely sheltered automobile. So we begin our test in Longmont, Colorado, heading southbound on I-25 toward Denver, about 33 miles away. So the F-150 charged up, the GMC filled up before hitting the road. The electric truck's computer estimated 160 miles of range, which included calculating for the size and the weight of the trailer. The gas-powered GMC's computer, also taking the trailer into account, estimated a 264 miles of range. So off we go. The goal of the F-150 was to get 147 miles down the road to the fast charging station in Pueblo, Colorado. Well, the estimate was optimistic. The electric truck had only traveled 6 miles when the computer recalculated the range from 160 miles down to 150. Now, that's going to cut things very close because they're trying to go 147 miles to Pueblo, remember? Well, that called for a change of plans. The new charging stop was going to be Colorado Springs, about 45 miles closer. Well, after going 50 miles, the electric truck recalculated its range to indicate it couldn't even make Colorado Springs. South of Denver, the truck was down to a 20% battery charge. And concerned about being stranded with a dead battery, the driver had to turn around and drive the F-150 back north to the Denver suburb of Castle Rock to find a fast charger there. With the low battery warnings blazing, the power automatically reduced to 90% on the electric truck. With 9% left on the battery, they hobbled into the Target parking lot in Castle Rock. But that caused another problem. The battery chargers tend to be lined up in rows on the edge of parking lots because they don't have a drive-through like a traditional gas pump would. They can't accommodate a vehicle with a trailer. As a result, the F-150 test vehicle and trailer were blocking a major portion of Target's parking lot. One of the test participants said they're probably not going to sponsor us in the future. Meanwhile, the gas truck, their computer showed 129 miles of remaining range, so that driver had enough range to return to the starting point in Longmont. Then we looked at the analysis of cost, which did favor the electric vehicle. In the end, the GMC, after returning to Longmont, traveled 156 miles, used 17.3 gallons of premium gasoline, costing $93.79. That comes out to 60.1 cents per mile energy costs. It still had 65 miles of range remaining. Well, at Castle Rock, the electric F-150, after 45 minutes, was charged to 74%. It was not fully charged due to the time limits it needed to return the trailer to a point halfway back to Longmont. Cost of that 74% charge was $27. So at $27 for a 74% charge, the electric F-150 would have been fully charged at about $36.50. You subtract the remaining 9% charge, valued at about $3.28. Total energy cost rounded off to about $33. So the 86-mile trip cost 38.6 cents per mile. So yes, the electric vehicle had the energy cost advantage. That's energy cost, but I think you've got to, what is your time worth? An argument against electric vehicles is the actual cost of the vehicle, but in this case, the cost comparisons were kind of difficult to make. The GMC Denali Ultimate Edition is about an $80,000 truck. Now, the electric Ford F-150, they could range anywhere from 40 to as much as 90 grand. The F-150 in this particular video seemed to have a lot of options, so it may have been one of the higher-priced models, but they didn't say. The test participants didn't divulge. But the electric truck has a serious problem with range, especially when towing. Its computer was unable to accurately calculate their distance, and the driver had to stop for a charge about 85 miles earlier than the initial estimate was. Indeed, efforts to get a charge become urgent when the battery becomes hazardously low. So the final word is, well, there is a place for electric vehicles. High-density urban areas with perhaps lighter loads, but attempting to electrify a classic brand like a Ford F-150 and use it for its traditional duties, it's very out of place. And there are the egregious efforts by the Biden administration to raise gas prices so we can all save the planet by buying electric vehicles. Again, go find that video of the line of vehicles, waiting. Again, you're going to be hours waiting to get your damn charge. We have nothing but time, Nothing but time. I've got all day. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden touted a federal program to delay insolvency for private unions' pension funds. Biden spoke in Cleveland, Ohio on Wednesday about the American Rescue Plan's special financial assistance program.
Pension plans that serve 11 million Americans across the country. And to make sure these pensions are managed responsibly and to protect the participating workers and retirees, the federal government oversees and ensures the plans. But we've seen the risk of millions of workers face as they watch their hard-earned pensions turn into broken promises.
However, critics say taxpayer dollars should not be used to bail out pensions negotiated by unions. Tyson Foods says it struck a deal to buy stakes in 2 Saudi-based poultry businesses as part of its effort to drive growth beyond the U.S. and tap rising demand globally for protein. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Scarecrow this morning? Hey there.
Hey, buddy. Well, Steve, Brother Rambler there, he painted quite the picture. I'm having a tough time shaking. Now, I'm not certain how many listeners out here really want to see you parading around without pants on in the studio there.
Oh, boy.
My thoughts are, now listen up here now. Now, at the top of the hour coming up here, I bet you 90% of the audience out here would love to see you come in and your stocking feet slide across the floor there and maybe do a rendition, a duet with the Big Moose on the Hot Shot Secret theme. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think the audience is ready for that. Oh, boy.
Well, okay. Strike one. Brother Ramley would tell us not to be praying for material things, and that's understood. But I would like to actually praise the Lord for allowing air conditioning to be invented. The humidity up on western Wisconsin here just been nuts, this week so far. And I mentioned the other night how it's been up in the ugly zone, if that's the top end of the scale. But my bride there the other day, she got a whole new perspective on humidity. She's walking into the post office, and there's an elderly gentleman ahead of her. He was doing the Tim Conway shuffle. So she figured, well, she stepped ahead of him and caught the door for him, and for that opened the door to a little conversation. He talking about how nice the weather was, and she said, yeah, well, aside from this humidity, and he says, well, we're not shoveling it, we're not driving in it, and we're not scraping it off the windshield. Is it really that bad? And she said it actually raised her spirits a little bit for the day, So yeah, there's that. Let's see, the most junior crow, he's kind of got an interesting night going here. He's having a little chunk of iron being moved from Waukesha, Wisconsin here over to their new facility on the lakefront. Subcontractor here. It looks like probably the arm from the shovel that goes from the main mast down to the bucket itself. Now it tips the scale at 285,000, and as the crow flies, it's about a 20-mile stretch. Well, mapped out, he says it's 80-mile trip they're making, and it works out to just under $1,200 a mile is what this trip move is going to cost this evening. So I'm hoping to have some pictures of this tomorrow morning sometime. Referencing the jet truck, program and whatnot there, that was quite the loss. The jet show, they've been going on for quite some time. I can think back at least 20 years. Now, I don't know if it's the same show as Lee Shockley. I think he was the owner of this truck. And there was a school bus with a jet powered prior. I don't know if that was his or not. But about 20 years back, we saw our first show, and he had a 55 Chevy pickup with 2 jet engines in it, kind of a small miniature sleeper unit on it too. But that was the sharpest truck, as far as I could, in my opinion anyway. But yeah, 300 miles an hour. It's we see these cars at the drag strip coming and going, but that we don't have the true perspective. We're seeing them going away or coming at us. We're at like a air show. You're some distance from the tarmac. Well, you get a true sense of speed. At 300 miles an hour broadside, them things are moving. That and yeah, there is always racing the airplane, because it's a biplane that probably isn't going much more than 100 miles an hour at the time, but they're timed where the airplane and the truck usually hit the finish line at the same time or so about. But yeah, that's this won't be the end by any means. So it'll be resurrected again and keep going. Just unfortunate. There's an interesting YouTube piece on this crash, and then a talk about the actual construction and the tires involved and such. I haven't sat down to watch it start to finish and whatnot, but that might be truly interesting for any of interest out there. Yeah, I guess it's kind of my baloney session for the week here. Regarding that shooting, I don't know if you can call it a happy note or whatever. The public truly is supportive when there's a disaster, when there's sympathy involved and such. There's that child that survived. His parents laid on top of him and took the bullets for him. Last night already during the news, they said the GoFundMe page already had over 2 million, donated, to in that child's name.
Wow.
So, as they say, if there's anything good about it, it's the American spirit that comes through in a pinch. And let's see. Oh, I hate I'm going to have another brain fart. Steve, do I remember right? Were you a strong supporter of Dale Jr. when he was up and running? Were you a fan of his?
Absolutely, yeah. I was a Dale Senior fan, and just like most Dale Senior fans, became a Junior fan when Senior passed away.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, now this kind of ties in with horse feathers there. Oh, by the way, horse feathers, I'm glad you called in that second time last night. I assumed it was Wednesday, but hump day, but without your call, I would have probably been working right in through the entire weekend coming up, not knowing what day of the week it was there. But Steve, the same auction has coming up. They have a 2004, car that Junior, raced that year, and it's not a clone. It's the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be coming up for auction there now. Now, horse feathers last night referenced my transporting this fire engine for him. Well, I'd have to go back and look at some of the old programs and whatnot. My specialty is more helping acquaintances invest in things and whatnot. Kind of being the financial advisor here. So, and I'm thinking that's kind of where the fire engine thing goes. But fast forwarding here now to this Junior car, that would look pretty awesome sitting in the secret bunker there. You might have to alter a wall or such, but so Steve, I can be a financial advisor to you on this end, and then provided you both come out on the winning draw there, why we're going to get triple or double R there. He can load up, both the fire engine and that NASCAR unit, stop at your place on his way, to the East Coast, and what do you think about that plan?
You just got all kinds of ideas, don't you?
Oh shoot, yeah. I'm a truck
driver.
I've
got my. What is it? Was it 1/64th? I've got my scale model, Dale Jr. That would fit right on the counter here. Matter of fact, when we first started the program, I had a couple of those Dale Juniors in here, and somebody told me, "You've got too much stuff on your counter there. It looks like a cluster, you know what." So I tried to clean things up a bit, but all right. Thank you, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. And it is 844-844-3388. All right, I got some of the emails. I guess it was just kind of running slow. I got the one Brain Deb was talking about. Yes, I had seen that story. I had not shared it with the audience. What he was talking, he was going to try some of that beer. It's called New Brew. N-E-W Brew. New Brew. It's not any ordinary beer. The new Singapore Blonde Ale is made with recycled sewage. As in toilet water. A collaboration between the country's National Water Agency, pub, and a local craft brewery. So they interview a guy that tried it. He says, "I seriously couldn't tell it was made out of toilet water." After trying it, he said, "I didn't mind having it if it was in the fridge. I mean, it tastes just like beer, and I like beer." What is this? Singapore's brand of drinking water recycled from sewage, which first flowed from treatment plants in 2003 to improve the island's water security. Pub says the new beer is part of an effort to educate Singaporeans on the importance of sustainable water usage and recycling. Toilet water. Toilet water in a can, essentially. Tastes like beer. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I do believe I mentioned it the other night, but you may have not. I think it's that Monday night into Tuesday morning. A lot of folks weren't back to work yet, but you're out there moving straight to Alabama. Heads up. I believe this starts today. Let me pull the story up. Scotty forwarded this to me to remind me. Alabama DOT, under a directive from the U.S. Secret Service, will restrict all hazardous material cargo shipments on I-59-20 through downtown Birmingham during what is known as the World Games. And yes, that starts today, and it goes for 10 days, 7th through the 17th. Now, the affected portions of 59-20 is from I-65 to the east of the E.B. Stevens Freeway. Again, starting Thursday, July 7, continuing through Sunday, July 17. The Alabama Trucking Association said they've been told enforcement will be strict. The World Games, an 11-day international multi-sport event organized with the support of the International Olympic Committee. An estimated 3,600 athletes from all over the world will compete in 30 of the fastest-growing sports. Organizers and city officials expect more than 500,000 spectators will be coming through Birmingham during this event. So with the increased crowds and the foot traffic underneath the raised portions of I-59-20, the Secret Service has placed a very high security level around this event in preparation for the many functions that will happen under or near the interstate bridges that rise over the Birmingham Central Business District. That includes Legacy Arena, Protective Stadium, the Uptown Entertainment District. Now, they've had the digital message signs on various interstates to alert traffic, probably for several days. Static signs are also being placed in high traffic areas. So carriers hauling hazmat have to take the 469 to bypass for your pass-through destinations. And there you go. Thanks for the heads up. Once again, starting today for the next 10 days, and if there's going to be 500,000 people coming in and out of Birmingham, you can anticipate there's going to be a lot of traffic for the coming days as well. What's happening in Florida this morning, Philip?
Oh, just sitting here cruising along, man. Watching the repo man come by me with a car. Going to Orlando to the auction. Somebody lost their car, so just hanging out, watching that, driving my car. How you doing?
Doing all right. I believe it's already Thursday. I mean, weekend's almost here. How about that?
Yeah, this week's flying by, I tell you what.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, not to do a little commercial or nothing, but I got a message from somebody the other day that says they still got that Shift 25 going on with the hot shot stuff. Did you hear anything about that?
I believe that went on through this past day. I think it ended on the 6th.
Yeah, I'm on the texting thing. They text me when they have sales and whatnot. I seen it the other day that they were expanding it out. So I'd say that's a good deal. That's what I did with mine. I saved a lot of money with my orders with the Shift 25 and that discount codes for years, and the CDL one too as well. Last night, after I talked to you yesterday, you were talking about a satellite that they couldn't talk to no more. Did you remember that?
Yes, they kind of lost contact with it. Yeah, I haven't heard an update, though, if they've got contact back or not.
I haven't either. I hope the same guys that are doing Hubble are working on that program, because I don't think Hubble's talking anymore either. So, but that happens. It's part of the deal. A lot of money up there, and all it takes is a software to not catch it. That's it. That's what a lot of those problems are, software issues. But have you heard any more about the autonomous testing, Steve? Have they done any more autonomous testing now?
I know there's all kind of testing going on, but I mean, I haven't really seen much about it. Various cities around you mean like the autonomous trucks and whatnot?
Yeah, with all that LiDAR and all that stuff. And you were talking about the batteries. You know, it amazes me that these guys invent these electric cars and they don't think about, well, what are we going to do when we get close to running out of battery? You know, do we need to limit, have another battery for it? So I don't know. It's crazy how they got them set up. I know down here, I don't know how about it up in Cincinnati, but all the Wawas down here are getting Tesla stations. So now people can plug in and go get their coffee and come back and get their car or whatever. But it's getting out of hand with it, some of it. And that technology ain't that far along. I don't know why in the heck Biden and those guys wanted to do that. And not to change the subject, Steve, but you're going to have to look this up. I saw just a small piece on it yesterday on our local news. I heard something about our governor, and you're going to what the heck? Our governor has formed an independent agency that oversees our elections as far as security. Have you seen anything about that?
Can't say that I have.
Yeah, I seen just like a small piece on it yesterday on our local news that he's got a gentleman. They were showing the piece was about him setting up this it's like a secret, I guess it's an agency. It's part of the state of Florida that will oversee the security of elections. And this gentleman, he set this guy up. He was the leader of that security agency. You'll have to look it up. I heard about it yesterday. I thought, well, maybe I'll mention that to Steve in the morning, because I really didn't have time to look up anything. I was wore out last night. Came home, went to bed. But if that is happening, that's kind of cool. Maybe we need to do something like that. We need to set up.
Maybe every state,
an agency.
maybe every state needs a damn election security office.
Absolutely. I think we should do it if we're going to, run things the way we're running it. And, there's a lot of things we can change in our election system that would probably make it better, but, it's here and there, but I think that was a good idea on somebody's part. I know it's going to cost a lot of money because these people are not probably going to be working all year long, but, you would think, but we'll see how it plays out. And a friend from Wisconsin was talking about humidity. I deal with humidity all the time, man. We're sitting at 90% down here all the time, so humidity is rough, man. I'd rather be down here soaking it in like I am than having to scrape it off my cars. But you guys have a good day, and thanks, Steve.
All right. If I pronounce his name wrong, forgive me. It's Pete. Is it Antonacci? That's the guy.
I guess I don't know. It was I believe an Italian name, and I couldn't repronounce it if I heard it. So I just heard it. Yeah, saw the small little snippet about it on the local news, and I thought I'd mention it to you.
Okay, yeah, I pulled that up. Yeah, there's several different headlines. This one's from the Miami Herald there. Okay, and this was just this past afternoon, about 4:00. This past afternoon, it says Florida Republicans, Mr. Fix-It, as he's known, Pete Antonacci, to lead the new Elections Security Office. Okay, we'll give you the rest of the story. And that's all coming up. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
4 county judges in Texas have signed declarations of invasion, and they've called on Governor Greg Abbott to do the same in an effort to secure the Texas-Mexico border. In response, Abbott's press secretary told the Center Square, quote, all strategies remain on the table as Texas continues stepping up in the federal government's absence, unquote. Judges and sheriffs have praised the governor for supporting law enforcement efforts over the past year because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Hurricane Bonnie has weakened slightly after becoming the first major storm of the eastern Pacific season off southern Mexico, and it's not seen as a threat to land. Bonnie is moving farther away from Mexico's Pacific coast after crossing Central America over the weekend. The tropical storm from the Caribbean caused at least 2 deaths. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A pastor from Chicago's South Side called for justice in his violence-ridden community after support from politicians poured into the nearby suburb of Highland Park following the July 4th mass shooting. TJ Grooms spoke to Fox News.
Me hearing about somebody getting shot is like a person hearing about a kid breaking an arm or falling off a bike. So this area is that bad.
Shootings in Chicago raged over the long holiday weekend, killing at least 10 and leaving 62 injured. 2021 marked the city's deadliest year in a quarter century. The U.S. government wants to simplify the student loan forgiveness process for defrauded students and make it easier for public servants to get the debt forgiveness, according to the Education Department on Wednesday. Reuters reported students who attended for-profit schools that lied or took advantage of them may be considered for debt cancellation as a group. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Gasoline futures fell more than 10% on Tuesday and are down more than 22% since June, raising hopes that the high price of gas across the country might soon fall. The national average for a gallon of gas now stands at $4.78, according to AAA, down from a recent peak above $5 per gallon. 1 year ago, the national average was only $3.13, representing a 50% year-over-year spike in the price of gas. Americans aren't putting much confidence in its institutions.
A 2-year Gallup poll shows Americans have low confidence in American institutions. The president, Supreme Court, criminal justice, banks, Congress, and big business is at a record low 27%. When Trump was in office, Democrats were sour on America. With Biden in the White House, numbers indicate both parties have a lack of confidence in our institutions. Former White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer on Fox News.
When there's a Democrat president, for the Republicans to feel sour about our nation, or when Donald Trump, a Republican, was president, Democrats felt sour about our nation. Under President Biden, everybody seems to be sour.
From the West Coast to USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Rock legend Carlos Santana is doing better after he collapsed during a performance Tuesday night at Pine Knob Music Theater in Michigan. His management team said he was overcome by the heat. The 74-year-old musician canceled Wednesday's show in Pennsylvania. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. All right. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, it is officially a Thursday, right? 7th day of July. So it's all about, I guess, maintaining election integrity. That's what Philip brought up. Lawmakers in Florida created the Office of Election Crimes and Security. Now, this office will have the authority to independently launch investigations to reported election wrongdoings. So Pete Antonacci, a Tallahassee lawyer, has been appointed to lead the office a year after DeSantis and the Florida cabinet appointed him as the chief judge of the State Division of Administrative Hearings. They kind of go through his background. Now, they say his appointment yesterday drew widespread praise, even from critics who maintained this is unnecessary. Yeah, this elections police thing is terrible. However, Antonacci's a pretty no-nonsense administrator. Even us Democrats praised his work in Broward County. He's by far the best that could be hoped for. Now, this was a Democrat speaking, obviously. He said so much so that I could actually see DeSantis growing to hate him if he doesn't go on witch hunts. Okay. That's a consultant for Democrats out of Tallahassee. The Leon County Supervisor of Elections also supporting the appointment. He said, I trust he'll serve the people with an even hand to ensure the continued fairness and sanctity of our elections process. Peter understands the complexities of election law and the need for a reserved, judicious application of the power that the new office wields. So there you go. In the state of Florida. All right, meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Get back to some of the emails coming up. So Rick said you're talking about, he called it turd beer, the sewage beer. That's the reason there's no chlorine for our swimming pools these days. Can you imagine how much chlorine it takes to purify that water so they can make their beer? Yeah, I reckon so, yeah. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388. So get back, I think Eagle's got a follow-up this morning. Yes, sir. Take two. Oh, and I'm going to say it's probably been, this has got to be like the 5th or 6th time that you've been on hold behind that. That would be Chevy Guy, no less. Following up on the snoozing Eagle.
Oh, that's so good. That is so cool. I love it. Sleep tight there, Eagle. Go to sleep, my little baby. Just sing it to sleep there. How about it? Oh, now, just give me a thought. All right, you was talking about the electrified, F-150. You sort of got to wonder what the boys up there at U-Haul is thinking about, with their small trucks, their, small vehicle fleets. And, they're sitting around all this time. They're going to have to install charging stations. A lot of places, it's just like a secondhand around south in the south area. There'll be another business. They'll be selling something else, but on the side, they got enough room where they'll have maybe 3 or 4 U-Haul trucks. So you're going to have anybody who wants to be in that business, or U-Haul is going to have to install charging stations for these trucks. Of course, that might help out if you're traveling cross country, but that's interesting that you think you're going to leave the property thinking you can make the trip before you get halfway there, you're finding out you're going to run out of power.
Yep.
And and a lot of times, who knows how much weight you've done put on your U-Haul truck. So it just, U-Haul, of course, Ryder trucks and everything else. There's this nightmare they're doing to us is, there's a lot of people going to be suffering through this mess. And I'll mention what went through earlier. Some guy got all over me. I was defending Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was getting on Biden administration for attacking our oil industries. And one old boy come in there and he says, well, I, for one, don't mind investing in the future. I love my Tesla. And I brought back to him, about the only thing you're investing in is China. And I said, your Tesla may not be worth a dime when you go to resell it and it needs to be re-batteried. I said, you may not get the trade-in value you think. And also, I said, I've never bought a car thinking I was investing in a car. It goes down immediately driving it off the lot.
Mm-hmm.
I buy a car to get from point A to point B, and I usually give them away. I've hardly ever sold a car. I just wear the suckers out. They sit there for a while, gather dust, and somebody comes along, I just end up giving it away. I had to explain to them, I said, what you're investing in is the battery materials coming from China and the recharging stations. By the way, that I learned on listening to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive. The charging stations, the main companies that's doing that is backed by China. I said in solar panels, China. So you're not really investing in America's future with your Tesla. You're investing in China right now. And I said, but it's America. It's America. You drive what you want to drive and enjoy it. So there you go. I guess we'll leave it at that. And of course, I can turn the TV on before I come to work at 11, 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock the news comes on. And the only news it seemed like they had that I can remember, other than local mishaps and misgivings, COVID's back. They clearly stated it don't matter if you've had a shot, doesn't matter if you've been vaccinated or not vaccinated. This one's coming, and it's going to be harder and it's more difficult to treat. So prayers for Big Sexy and everybody that's come down with this here lately, and hope you get better and get a chance. Heat wave was picking on the law there again the other night.
Oh yeah.
Asked him about his son. That boy can't stay out of trouble. He just loves them blue lights in the rear. How about it? All right, it's his story. I ain't going to say it, but I just want to gouge him on a little bit.
All right, and real quick, how's Big Sexy doing? Is he back to work, or is he off work, or?
He usually calls in the group we were talking to. Eskimo Mom and everything. He usually calls in, but I don't think he called, so I don't know. Maybe I'll jump off and lay a line, call him and check on him.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him we'd like to have an update. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
All right, thanks for checking in, Chevy Guy. Have a great morning. Be safe out there. 19 past the hour. There we go. Clear lines. First time this morning at 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Speaking of the COVID, I mentioned, my wife came down with it again. When she got down there to Tennessee. And she flew on Sunday. Now, I have no idea if she picked it up on one of those flights or at the airport. And, of course, when she got there to Aunt Frances's place, we knew it was in the house, because she and Stephanie had it, Stephanie's husband. So we knew it was there. But symptoms developed. She had the scratchy throat already by Tuesday. And then by Wednesday, yesterday morning, she called me bright and early, and she's like, I am sick. I said, well, it's COVID. So I said, all right, I'll call our family physician and have them prescribe you the Paxlovid, the COVID pill. I get a hold of them and say, no, she has to. First of all, she's going to have to do the home test. I said, well, we know she's got it. She's in a house where it's already confirmed, blah, blah, blah. But they have run out of the home test. She had to wait for, I think Marie went out and got him a test. Either way, she had to do an e-visit, as they call it. You had to call to get on the My Chart and go to answer a bunch of questions. But all said and done, they did prescribe her the Paxlovid. Come to find out, I guess, the necessity to actually go through your family physician for one of those online consultations or e-visits like she had to do yesterday may not be necessary as of today, because pharmacists have now been authorized to prescribe the COVID pills directly to the patient, just, I guess, straight through the pharmacy. This policy announced Wednesday intended to expand the use of the Pfizer drug Paxlovid. Food and Drug Administration says pharmacists can now begin screening patients to see if they're eligible and can prescribe the medication, which has been shown to curb the worst effects of the COVID. Now, prior to this, like yesterday, only your physician could prescribe the drug. I'm assuming it's probably going to have to be some online sort of thing via the pharmacist as well. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. How's your pharmacist going to have enough time in the day to be screening people for the drug? I'm not exactly sure. Now, obviously, the pharmacist isn't going to be meeting with you one-on-one. That was the whole idea of the e-visits from the physicians, so you're not actually coming into the office and bringing it into other patients that might be there for simple physicals or well checks. Now, this as COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths are all rising again. Now, they're still near the lowest levels since the outbreak started back in 2020. They do say they've been working for months to increase access to the antiviral pills, opening thousands of sites where patients who test positive could fill their prescription. But this change yesterday will now make thousands more pharmacies eligible to quickly prescribe and dispense the pill. Now, this thing is, the earlier you get it in your body, the more effective it is. It's supposed to be within the first 5 days of infection. Otherwise, it's not nearly as useful. I don't know if it does any good once you've got 5 days in. It says right here, since Paxlovid must be taken within 5 days after symptoms begin, authorizing pharmacists to prescribe the drug will expand access greatly in a timely manner. Maybe the idea would be, I don't know, you buy the home test, right? Go to CVS, pick up the home test. I think they're running about $25, $30 for a 2-pack of the test kits. You test positive, call the pharmacy and say, hey, I've got a positive test. Boom, he can say, all right, we'll have it ready for you. Pick up in an hour. And we'll get a quick time out. Lines available, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
First off, I did get a follow-up. Captain Ron checks in this morning. He said, hey, just an FYI, they did reestablish contact with that satellite yesterday. So I did a quick search, and yes, that is correct. Got the story there. Contact reestablished. All right, good news. Then Tree Frog was talking about the the turd beer. Steve, that's so disgusting. Do the diseases and viruses get filtered out down to 0.000 microns of that recycled sewage beer? Obviously, it's gotta go through a lot of recycling. Think about it, the water that comes from the tap in my home is water pretty much being sucked out of the Ohio River. What all gets dumped in the Ohio River? How much crap and sewage and everything else technically is coming into the water intakes. For any of our drinking water around the country. What's your source? So I remember a conversation with Big Moose a number of months ago. And I said, I remember seeing some studies. It's been 10, 12 years ago, where supposedly the drinking water here in Cincinnati, coming out of the Ohio, is supposed to be some of the cleanest drinking water in the country. And he started going into a story about, he knows this and that. And he knew an awful lot about the water processing thing. And he said, you couldn't pay me to drink that water out of the tap here in Cincinnati. I said, okay, I still do. All right. Hello to George, a.k.a. the Buckeye Cobra, checking in from Southern California, where it's 88 degrees and clear. Now it's 12:30 in the morning there, 88 degrees. Bob tailing to Washington State to pick up a tanker, then it's back to Tampa, PA. That's some cross-country trailer trucking you got going there. Good to have you on board, Buckeye Cobra. Hello to Gary, morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. 73 degrees in Southwest Ohio this morning. It's exactly what I'm seeing on my thermometer outside the secret bunker. Let's go, Brandon. Mike said that beer, that shish kebab beer, better be super cheap. I don't know. Could it be any cheaper than the Natty Light? Yeah, yummy. Is this Philip?
Yeah, I'm back again, bud. I just wanted to give you a big, sexy report. I talked to him the other night, man. He's doing fine. He's at home. He's got somebody doing his route right now for him. But I talked to him the other night. He's doing fine.
Okay.
He's doing all right.
That's good to hear.
He went through the fever stuff and everything like everybody does. But yeah, I talked to him for a little bit before I got to work, and he was doing fine. Also, Steve, with that that beer you're talking about, and I'll just real quick because I know you're getting ready to do your news. Down here at Disney, we recycle stuff, and all the water that goes off our sewage, it goes back into water in our plants. That's how come. If everybody wants to know the secret, that's the reason why everything looks so nice down around there, because we use that effluent doo-doo water, whatever you want to call it, and we use that to water our plants with. But I had one of those utility guys one time tell me when I first went to work down here, hey, that stuff's so clean you can drink it. And I said, well, I'm not going to drink none of that Mickey muck. But it is what it is. And that's all I got today, bud. I know you got the news going on.
All right. Thanks for the follow-up. All right. Have a great morning there. You will get a news break. And again, plenty of room for you here on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 county judges in Texas have signed declarations of invasion, and they've called on Governor Greg Abbott to do the same in an effort to secure the Texas-Mexico border. In response, Abbott's press secretary told the Center Square, quote, all strategies remain on the table as Texas continues stepping up in the federal government's absence, unquote. Judges and sheriffs have praised the governor for supporting law enforcement efforts over the past year because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Hurricane Bonnie has weakened slightly after becoming the first major storm of the eastern Pacific season off southern Mexico, and it's not seen as a threat to land. Bonnie is moving farther away from Mexico's Pacific coast after crossing Central America over the weekend. The tropical storm from the Caribbean caused at least 2 deaths. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Doughboy checking in this morning. He says, hey, Steve, a friend and I were at a store getting beer, and a Budweiser sales guy was there taking inventory. He asked us if we liked Bud Light. We said, hell yeah. He said, well, the only difference between Bud Light and the Natty Light was one was made with wheat and one was made with rice. So now I drink Natty Light and save a few bucks. Okay. I cannot confirm nor deny if that's true or not. Okay, Natty Light. Good stuff, huh? But it is cheaper, I know that. Were your ears burning?
No, I was listening to the show.
Oh, okay. Well, so your ears didn't have to be burning. Yeah, we kind of concerned, hadn't heard from you. So you feeling better?
Yeah, it hasn't been that bad. I mean, it hasn't been any worse than just a, mild case of the flu.
Okay.
What I'd put it at. Saturday after I got done and got home, Saturday afternoon I started getting a little bit sore throat and coughing real bad, and then by early Sunday morning the fever was starting to bounce. I thought something was wrong Saturday night, so I took one of those home tests that I had, and the line just barely was there on one side of where the line's supposed to be.
Yeah.
it wasn't even a full line across there. I mean, it was just barely a little dash on that line. And I thought, well, I'll just wait till I feel okay. I'll wait till Tuesday and call the doctor when you open back up, you know. And I went ahead and worked Monday night into Tuesday morning. And when I got home that morning, I still felt about the same. I thought, well, before I call the doctor when they open up here in a little while, I'll just take another one, took another test, and it had a full line that time.
Okay, so the first
no
time
doubt.
you had a very light viral load the first time,
Right.
and I guess, heavier load,
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, it basically all I've had is the coughing and real bad coughing. Now my throat is hurt, and so has my, you know how when you get the coughing real bad and you got that hacking cough, sometimes it'll make your ears hurt because you've been coughing so bad. I had that, but in the fever it might be non-existent 1 minute, and then it would be the other next minute. I haven't even noticed the fever today. Every time I tug it, it's been under what it should be.
Yeah. Well, if you
So
see, you first started feeling it on Saturday, so it's been
Yeah.
almost, it's been, you should be winding down. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I called the doctor, and they wanted to do the tele deal. You know, they didn't say that I couldn't come in. They well, the way they phrased it, you want to just do a tele deal with her this afternoon? I said, that's okay. So she called me, and we went over everything and called in. They didn't do the Pfizer pill. I was within the 5 days, but they didn't do that. They done the norm, like they would do for the flu and all. They gave me antibiotics, some little tablets for the cough, and the steroids. About a week supply of all that, and then they told me with the quarantine deal, you're supposed to quarantine for 5 days, and then after 5 days, you can go back to doing your normal stuff, but when you're around people, you have to have a mask on. So tonight will be the last night of sitting home. And tomorrow night I'll run the route. I just have to basically mask up when I'm getting them. I don't do much face-to-face contact. I got a couple stores that I go in, but that's basically it. So I'll have to mask up when I go into those. But everything else, there's nobody around, when I'm there. A lot of them, I just post offices, I just put the bags at the back door, and stores, I throw the bundles to the front doors because most of them aren't open. So but yeah, I've heard earlier and Chevy guy called me a while ago. Philip called me last night. Chevy guy called me a while ago, and of course, I've talked to Tex quite a bit, and then Monkey Gouger and D Ranger and Moose right after I done that first test after on Saturday. So, but and I've talked to Becky, but other than that, everything like it's just a bad case of a mild case of flu.
Right. So
I ain't been real bad sick.
Is this the first time you had COVID, or is this your second bout?
This is my first bout. I
First
thought
time?
I had it one time before, and I took the test, and it said I didn't have it.
Okay.
I actually went to the doctor and had a test done that time, and they said I didn't have it. This is my first bout with it, so we in 3 years into it now?
I mean, I was just going to say, we're getting pretty darn close. It's getting close to 4 years here. In a couple of months, it'll be the 4-year mark from when it all first started. So,
yeah.
How'd you get through that far without coming down with it?
I've had the so-called vaccine. I've had the 2-shot deal, but I hadn't taken any boosters.
No.
And I will not, because after I've got that AFib of the heart, and I have to have an echo done every year. And after I had the vaccine, the next echo showed a little bitty aneurysm at the top of the heart. They said it wasn't in danger of busting or anything, but it wasn't there before I took the vaccine. Yeah. So I'm not taking any chances. That's why I hadn't took a booster. So, But I made it this far, and I'm in I'm in contact with people, So, and then I was doing home delivery, so I was really running into people.
Yeah.
But it ain't been that bad. Like I said, I'll go back to, unless something happens, I'll go back tomorrow to run my route tomorrow night, and then I only have Friday and Saturday left this week. I'll be off, We don't have a Sunday and Monday paper, so Monday night I'll run Tuesday. That'll be the last day that I'll have to have the mask on, and after that, I'll be past the 10 days.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling okay.
No,
could have been
I'm
a
doing
lot worse.
fine.
All right. Well, thanks.
Right. Well, I'll let you get on to your next caller.
Thanks for checking in. There you go. So doing all right. And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so I guess it was positive news from NASA, where they did indeed reestablish contact Wednesday after losing touch with their $32.7 million satellite that's playing a key role in our efforts to return to the moon. It was earlier this week. NASA said they were experiencing communication issues with the capstone. Of course, we had the successful launch on June 28th. Satellite made initial contact with a ground station based in Spain and partial contact with another location in California, then suddenly dropped off the grid. Yeah, so they were working on that feverishly. All right, so as a result of our communication issues, the Capstone's first trajectory correction maneuver, which was originally scheduled for Tuesday morning, was delayed. Now, they do say we have enough fuel for the next phase of the trip by several days. until communication can be reestablished, which they did Wednesday morning. They didn't give a whole lot of explanation as to what happened. Why'd we lose contact? Okay, so hopefully everything goes well for the rest of the journey there. Let's check in with CB this morning. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, you was talking about that beer. Of course, I don't drink beer. I'd get drunk on a sniff. But is that made up in Flint, Michigan?
Now this is a beer. Has beer out of Singapore. This is Singapore that's making this beer. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then is that considered a lager beer?
It's supposed to be an ale, pale ale, I believe.
Oh, well. Oh, so it's not a lager beer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, toilet
lager.
Water. But hey, I got a quick question for Heatwave. I work for the same company he does, and I was looking on some news the past week, and I don't know if you could look it up, but they were talking about out there the Western, out there in the Western Conference and that, but they were talking about, merging some terminals together, and I'd also seen that they was talking about closing some, and I thought that it was from his area that they were closing the terminal out there in Albuquerque. So I didn't know if he had anything to say on that or anything. I mean, I just seen it in a little news article from YRC,
Yeah, I remember touching on that a couple weeks ago. Seems like I asked him about that, and I don't believe he said he was going to be impacted by it.
Oh, good. I'm happy for that. Yep. But yeah, that's all I had. I just thought I'd throw a little joke in there.
Lager
I
beer.
appreciate the call.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you much, CB. I get it. Speaking of which, Tree Frog was talking about how do they get that, how sanitary. Clean as in clean water is relative depending on what you're comparing it to. Yeah, it's clean compared to raw sewage, but definitely it's not clean when compared to systems that filter down to 0.000 microns. I have no idea what they're filtering it down to. Hey, hello to Paul this morning, checking in from Chillicothe, Ohio. Spider-Man checking in. Anybody know if High-Tech's still raising those miniature pinchers? You know what? I believe he is. That's High-Tech. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still raising the pinchers. I don't have his number to get in contact. I know he's tuned in from time. He called actually a couple mornings ago. Checked in. Was it yesterday morning? So maybe he'll catch the podcast or something. And if I can make contact with him, I'll pass are you interested in a miniature pincher? They are cute dogs. All right, let's see. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hey there, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm back. I wanted to finish up on some things I was talking about earlier. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. We got you, Eagle. I guess you got a little nap in there, didn't you?
Okay, yeah, I want to talk about the situation in Chicago, and not this punk. I talked about him in my first call, the guy who did the shooting. I want to talk about the violence that's still taking place in the city of Chicago. Over the holiday weekend, 4-day weekend last week, over 50 to 60 people were shot in Chicago. Can't remember what the exact death amount was, but it was pretty high. And Chicago, I was in Chicago about 2 weeks ago, and it's a shame what Chicago has deteriorated into, Steve. It's basically a war zone, not the whole city, but certain parts of the city, and the violence continues to take place in the ugliest mayor in the history of the USA Mr. Beetlejuice continues to flap her mouth and do absolutely nothing about the crime in Chicago. How she keeps her job, I still don't know, Steve. Do you know how she still continue on as her job in Chicago with all the crime that's taking place in gun violence?
I couldn't tell you, Eagle. I don't know what are the options for the people in Chicago unless they could try to recall her or something, maybe. But I guess I assume they think she's doing a fine job. She's doing a fine job.
No, she's in over her head, and then she tries to play the quickest role that a lot of people want to play, especially a female. The first time you start criticizing her, well, you're treating me different because I'm a woman. Or the other card that she tries to play is, she's done that already, is that you're picking on me because I'm black. You wouldn't do a white guy like this. That's what she said that several times. No, it doesn't matter what your race is. You're doing a bad job. You're not doing anything to stop the crime in your city, and you're the laughing stock of the whole USA is looking at you and saying, "What a joke!" They probably losing all kind of tourism dollars. Who in their right mind would want to take their family to Chicago, Steve, for a visit and a sightseeing tour with all the violence that's taking place? Just last week, a 5-month-old baby was killed in Chicago, Steve. It didn't even have a chance to live. His baby was in the back seat of a car, and a random bullet came through and hit the baby, and baby's down dead. Now, who would want to take their family to Chicago to go on a sightseeing tour, knowing that this could possibly happen to you and your family? It's like I say, Chicago has turned into a complete joke. The only reason I go to Chicago, Steve, is because I'm a company driver and I'm forced to go there once a month. Other than that, I would never step foot in the city of Chicago because it's an embarrassment. Now, one other thing I want to talk about before I hang about, and that, something, Steve, I thought that Peppermint Patty, as Sean Hannity and some other people on the radio call her the press secretary that left, I thought that she was as low as you could go when it comes to Biden administration. I thought that they couldn't do no worse to her. But guess who came along? This woman they got right now. I don't know if you've seen her press conferences, Steve, but it's a complete embarrassment. She's got to be the worst press secretary in the history of the White House that ever stepped foot into that job. She is a total joke. I don't understand why they continue to let her. She ain't even been on the job 2 or 3 months yet. I don't even understand why they allow her to go to the microphone. She says absolutely nothing. Her mouth moves, but nothing comes out of it. She's about as dumb as Kamala Harris, if that's possible. It's just a shame, Steve. Have you seen her on the TV?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, no, and what you just said, I believe, is why she is in the position, because her mouth moves. She doesn't say anything. She just, what do they call it? Just beating around the bush. You don't get any real answers from her, so she doesn't really have to explain anything. That's what she's doing.
That's what I'm saying. She doesn't say anything. That guy, Peter Dosey, or whatever his name is, he asked her a question about the Biden crime family and Hunter Biden, and you should have seen the way she beat around the bush with that question just the other day. Like I said before, her mouth moves, but nothing comes out. Like I say, she's got to be the worst, if that's possible, press secretary that we ever had in the history of this country. But it just goes along with the Biden administration. So she joins the cast of clowns that we have in the White House. So she's just along for the show, just like everybody else. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Speaking of the south side of Chicago, the 4th of July weekend, there were ultimately 10 dead, at least 10 dead, and 62 others injured. Latest numbers I could find out of Chicago, out of the past weekend. There is actually a pastor from the south side who's kind of speaking out, calling for justice in his violence-ridden community. After the Highland Park shooting, he says, all the politicians come pouring into the suburb. after the mass shooting. Yeah, this is a community that's no stranger to violence at all, he says. Yeah, there was a mass shooting right here behind me. 5 victims were shot, literally right behind me. Yep, the South Side shooting on the 4th it's all too common, he says. A city that faced nearly 800 murders in 2021. So why all this high profile, everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon to get something done after a shooting like Highland Park, but essentially he's saying that this is happening every weekend. Why don't we get the same level of attention, the same level of concern, the same level of care from the politicians, given what we've seen in Highland Park? The same amount of justice that we desire to have in a city like Uvalde or the city like Highland Park. We want that same level of concern. South side of Chicago. Now, I said, in this city, if somebody says, me hearing about somebody getting shot is like a person hearing about a kid that broke his arm or someone that fell off their bike. Nobody can. Oh, isn't that a shame? Fell off his bike. Is he okay? Oh, he got shot. Well, it's Chicago, It's unbelievable. And he's right, the mentality. He said the month of June was a particularly bad one for him. In 1 week's time, as a pastor, he buried 4 men, all under the age of 21, including an 18-year-old that he had actually mentored. He said, every week I get a call in the middle of the night or during the day about somebody that I know or that's a friend of somebody that I know that's been shot or killed by gun violence in this community. Yeah, pretty sad. What do you do about it? Well, we need more gun control, right? No. You've got your gun control measures in Chicago, and that's, as we've said, over and over again. There are laws on the books. What's taking place already is illegal in every form and fashion. More gun laws do not stop it. Criminals will find their way to get their hands on the guns. There's got to be an alternative. Who's got answers? Our number, 844-844-3388. Wide open lines as we head into our final hour this Thursday morning on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
4 county judges in Texas have signed declarations of invasion, and they've called on Governor Greg Abbott to do the same in an effort to secure the Texas-Mexico border. In response, Abbott's press secretary told the Center Square, quote, all strategies remain on the table as Texas continues stepping up in the federal government's absence, unquote. Judges and sheriffs have praised the governor for supporting law enforcement efforts over the past year because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Hurricane Bonnie has weakened slightly after becoming the first major storm of the eastern Pacific season off southern Mexico, and it's not seen as a threat to land. Bonnie is moving farther away from Mexico's Pacific coast after crossing Central America over the weekend. The tropical storm from the Caribbean caused at least 2 deaths. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-4800. 1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A pastor from Chicago's South Side called for justice in his violence-ridden community after support from politicians poured into the nearby suburb of Highland Park following the July 4th mass shooting. TJ Grooms spoke to Fox News.
Me hearing about somebody getting shot is like a person hearing about a kid breaking an arm or falling off a bike. So this area is that bad.
Shootings in Chicago raged over the long holiday weekend, killing at least 10 and leaving 62 injured. 2021 marked the city's deadliest year in a quarter century. The U.S. government wants to simplify the student loan forgiveness process for defrauded students and make it easier for public servants to get the debt forgiveness, according to the Education Department on Wednesday. Reuters reported students who attended for-profit schools that lied or took advantage of them may be considered for debt cancellation as a group. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Gasoline futures fell more than 10% on Tuesday and are down more than 22% since June, raising hopes that the high price of gas across the country might soon fall. The national average for a gallon of gas now stands at $4.78, according to AAA, down from a recent peak above $5 per gallon. 1 year ago, the national average was only $3.13, representing a 50% year-over-year spike in the price of gas. Americans aren't putting much confidence in its institutions.
A 2-year Gallup poll shows Americans have low confidence in American institutions. The president, Supreme Court, criminal justice, banks, Congress, and big business is at a record low 27%. When Trump was in office, Democrats were sour on America. With Biden in the White House, numbers indicate both parties have a lack of confidence in our institutions. Former White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer on Fox News.
When there's a Democrat president, for the Republicans to feel sour about our nation, or when Donald Trump, a Republican, was president, Democrats felt sour about our nation. Under President Biden, everybody seems to be sour.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Rock legend Carlos Santana is doing better after he collapsed during a performance Tuesday night at Pine Knob Music Theater in Michigan. His management team said he was overcome by the heat. The 74-year-old musician canceled Wednesday's show in Pennsylvania. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Sharp-looking rides invade the flatland. The modified puller who's mastered racetracks will be Wild West bound and down. All this as championship pulling returns to southwestern Kansas. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Attention Great Plains pulling fans, the NTPA is coming your way. This Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th, it's the second annual Wild West Grand Nationals at Dodge City Raceway Park in Dodge City, Kansas. Building on the spectacular success of last year's inaugural event, The Wild West Grand Nationals has expanded to 2 competition tracks and 6 Grand National classes: light superstock and superstock diesel tractors, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. All 6 divisions will appear both nights beginning at 7 p.m. Visit ntpapull.com for event details and check out DodgeCityRacewayPark.com for tickets and facility information. Be sure to come early and tour the open pits and talk to the drivers, all of whom will have traveled hundreds of miles to thrill this enthusiastic Western pulling audience. NTPA Championship pulling merchandise, including hats and shirts, will be available for sale on the grounds. Entering as the point leaders in each of the Dodge City divisions are Marcus Wedelson of Postville, Iowa, and his Gunpowder and Lead Case IH Light Superstock; Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, and his Bone Twister International Superstock Diesel; Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, and his Kathy's Complete Model T 2-wheel drive; Jake Zering of Fillmore, Indiana, and his Rule Number 19 Dodge 4-wheel drive; Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, and his Iron Toy Modified Mini; and Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, and his Moneymaker 4-engine modified. It's no surprise to see Brett Berg atop the modified points chart. Berg has won 2 straight and fully half of the last 10 championships to become the first competitor to win 5 mod titles at 7,500 pounds. But prior to that historic streak, if you'd have asked a devoted pulling fan about Brett, they would have recited his accomplishments alongside his Hall of Fame father Bill in the Superstock Tractor division. Their multi-charger Not Enough and Never Enough Internationals were terrors on the circuit throughout the 1980s, a run that culminated in the 1987 7,500-pound Superstock Championship for Bill's tractor, with Brett making a full pull at the season clincher in Lincoln, Nebraska. Brett still holds the record for the youngest winner ever at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, when he was 2 weeks shy of 16 years old in 1978. Since then, Brett has maintained Double B Farms, raising corn and soybeans alongside his pulling fabrication business. He also operates American Transfer Company, a Farmington-based local trucking firm offering end-dump, dump truck, hopper, flats, and van freight services, and an on-site repair shop. Always heralded as a master track reader who adjusts his equipment and driving style to conditions, Brett and his Rink Seed-sponsored 4 Sassy Racing Hemi Moneymaker have dominated the often tricky racetrack venues at which the NTPA has made several appearances over the last few seasons. A 2-hook sweep at Hagerstown, Maryland in 2019, another at Sauk Rapids, Minnesota in 2021, and last year's twofer in Dodge City that reached nearly 700 total feet of distance and has him looking forward to the 750-mile return trip to the land of Marshall Dillon and Miss Kitty. As the GN circuit picks up and moves west to Dodge City this Friday and Saturday, regional action continues this week in Marion, Ohio on Thursday, July 7th, Eagle Grove, Iowa, and Lancaster, Wisconsin on Friday, July 8th, and Arcola, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th. NTPAPULL.com for info and Dodge City Raceway Park for tickets to the Wild West Grand Nationals. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, back for our final hour here on a Thursday morning. What are we looking at? Let's see. All right, got your message there, JS. A.K.A. Jeff from Iowa, who says, I'm always listening in. Sent me a link to he said he's bookmarked this website. I've got a link here. Your Chicago violence statistics. It's downright frightening. Yeah, just kind of an infographic. Here in the month of July, to date, now we're just entering the 7th of July. 18 shot and killed, 86 shot and wounded, total of 104 shot in Chicago. In 7 days into July. Let's go to the year to date. Here in the year 2022, to date, 315 shot and killed, 1,377 shot and wounded. It's a total of 1,692 lives or individuals shot in Chicago. Someone is shot every 2 hours and 39 minutes in that city. Someone is murdered every 13 hours and 2 minutes. That's your Chicago shot clock. So like it's an infographic that changes with each passing day. I don't know how often it's up. I assume it's updated on, once a day. Yeah, they all kinds of other statistics that they break down for you there. Sad. Somebody shot every 2 hours and 39 minutes. That's crazy. It's like a war zone, right? Hey, hello to Steve there in Columbus. Morning, everybody. Boy, what a wet, stormy past couple of days it's been. Yeah, we made it through just fine. Grass sure needed it, though. It's resembled shredded wheat here for a couple of weeks. Anyway, with a hot cup of coffee in hand, I head toward town to get today's route started. Looking ahead at the dispatch, looks like I'll end up in Middletown at some point today. Everybody enjoy the day, and we'll check in again soon. Yeah, Middletown, just a hop, skip, and a jump from the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. You'll be nearby. I'll be waving a hand, all right? All right, then separately, if I switch back over here. It's been a few years since we've talked about this. And when I think back in time, we go back to, I remember when they were first going to fire this thing up, there was concern, some in the scientific community were alluding to this. It's the Large Hadron Collider. They said this thing could potentially literally open up a black hole. You remember those discussions? Yeah, could this device bring us to the end of civilization? Yeah, well, it's back. The famed particle smasher has been reignited, and it's been years since they fired this thing up. And during those years, they've been making some kind of, quote, technical upgrades to the collider. The Large Hadron Collider, LHC for short, is back and smashing particles at higher speeds than ever before. Scientists are excited about the upgrade. The world's longest, most powerful particle accelerator, as they call it. Zipping subatomic particles through a 17-mile-long loop underneath Geneva at speeds nearing light speed. Already, the collider's led to some 3,000 scientific papers since initially beginning operations in 2010. But now with the new upgrades, it's poised to showcase new insights, according to team members. It's a magical moment. Press conference held Tuesday of this week after the facility's new science run got underway. He said, quote, "We just had collisions at an unprecedented energy of 13.6 tera-electron volts," whatever that means. "This opens a new era of exploration for CERN," the CERN. "Increased energy, more collisions, and better data collection practices may allow scientists to learn more about the subatomic world, perhaps even surpassing the standard model of particle physics. We really hope we're going to collect something like 10 times as much data in this next run than we collected before. So hopefully we'll see a whole range of new phenomena." Are we finally going to open that black hole? Yeah, we're looking to study differences between matter and its mirror, known as antimatter, by studying the beauty quark or B quark particle. It took 15 years of planning to get this far, which means finally operating the upgraded detector is pretty exciting. So obviously, this is from the space.com website. Kind of be curious to go back to some of these other scientists that, like 10 years ago were saying these scientific experiments could be opening up a very, very slippery slope. Things we don't know, maybe things we shouldn't be messing with. Are we trying to play God? I guess would be the question. Yeah. Be careful what you wish for. We return into plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388 here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I thought just for the heck of it, I'll do a quick search, see what they're saying about the CER in the CERN, the collider there. And surprise, surprise, there were actually headlines a couple days ago. Why the world will end on July the 5th. Well, seeing as we're still here talking at this moment on July the 7th, I guess it didn't. I hadn't even heard about them firing this thing back up on the 5th. You say, why do people believe that this collider will end the world? As the case with many things today, it all starts with rumors and social media. And it's no different today. Now, there was a fake report that detailed an alleged black hole accident that made the rounds. It didn't take long before many were convinced that on July the 5th, when they turn on the collider, the world will witness either the creation of a black hole or the opening of a portal to another dimension. Some, yes, went so far as to suggest the world will come to an abrupt end altogether. So with all the doom and gloom of current world affairs, it's more than enough to make you think that we're living during the end of days. The reality, he says, is the rumors surrounding the apparent death machine that CERN is about to turn on are completely false. Many will, of course, point to the fact that it hasn't been turned on since 2018 when it shut down. But according to the company itself, it's just been a matter of maintenance. As much as it pains us to say, there won't be any planetary implosion or alien life forms streaming out of a portal as we prepare to initiate the third trial of the machine. So I guess, all right, so the test has already been done, right? Guess we'll have to learn more, but they actually broadcast the event live on Tuesday, that would have been. So if I'd have known, I would have probably tuned into a little bit. I mean, what are you going to see, though? You got this 17-mile loop. They do have some video that I've seen in the past available, just like a tube, a tunnel. But it's a 17-mile tunnel, and they get particle matter running in that circle. I forget how many times. I mean, literally per second, nearly the speed of light. It's pretty incredible, but I digress. Back to the phones we go here. What's on your mind here? Gilligan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, that sounds a little worrisome. Gonna have something that quite possibly could open up a black hole.
Yeah, right. Good idea. What could go
yeah,
wrong?
Great idea. Well, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, no one's ever watched some of these sci-fi stuff like the black hole and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they proved there's black holes. Supposedly, there's a black hole at the center of our galaxy.
Well,
I think you've probably heard that.
oh yeah, that's what the James Webb's telescope's supposed to be looking at that. Well,
Right.
what you can see, I mean, because you can't see anything in a black hole, right?
Right, exactly. Because not even light's supposed to be able to escape from the black
Correct.
hole.
Yep.
Well, some of these predictions of this stuff, I just shake my head. It's like, well, this galaxy is, what's the latest one, 15 billion light years away. But whether you realize it or not, we've lived 2 billion years. Because they said when we was kids that the Big Bang was 13.1 billion years ago. Now they're talking about 15 billion years ago that the Big Bang Theory happened. Did you realize we've lived that long, Steve?
I'll be darned. Wow,
Isn't that crazy?
Time flies.
Yeah, I don't feel though 2 billion years old. I'm a firm believer this whole bit. They're saying these objects are so many millions or billions of light years away. There's no way they can judge when that light left that area. I cannot believe that. I mean, yes, they're so far out there we can't reach them. Obviously, this is what technology we have. But to be billions of light years, we're talking the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles per second for a whole year. I mean, that's just something we cannot grasp. We cannot get our heads around. Our minds around. Well, talking about the Horse Feathers is talking about the laws in Maryland. I looked it up a little bit ago. I had thought that AR-15s had not been totally banned in Maryland, but they was banned in 2019. Thing is, with the ARs, up till that point, now here's what was stupid about the law before that. Well, Maryland's had a law on the books for some time of no high-capacity magazines, no more than 10 rounds. But they was manufacturing AR-15s for the state of Maryland, but they was only for 223 and not the 5.56 by 45, which sounds stupid because it's the same round. But what it was, this is the brilliance of these Democrat lawmakers. The 5.56 by 45 was supposedly a military round, and it's got like an extra grain of powder in it. Yeah, that's why stupid people should not be making laws. They don't understand what they're doing. But I digress. That's absolutely nothing new.
Well, remember which round is it that's going to blow your lung out? Which one was that, according to Biden?
About any of them will. A 22 will blow your lung out. A 22, actually, if it goes in between the ribs and hits the rib on the other side, it'll explode. It'll bounce around inside the body. Now, a lot of people did not realize this, but a 22 is actually more deadly than like a 45 or something, if the round hits right. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because what it enters the body cavity, if it hits bone, it cannot escape. Yeah, ballistics is rather complicated. I know some, but I'm far from any expert. Like I've said before, I collect antique guns. Most of my guns are at least 60, 70 years old. I've got several that's over 100 years old. Yeah, some of them's worth some money. Some of them ain't worth much, but I like them, so who cares, right? Well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. And by the way, Big Sexy, glad to hear you're doing better. All right, have a good night, Steve.
All right, there you go. Thank you. Gary sent me a message real quick there. That was Brandon said the 9mm. That's what it was. So what he said, the 22. Yeah, it goes into your lung. We can go in and remove it. 9mm will blow your lung out. Okay, I don't want to be shot by any of them, to be quite honest with you. But clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A Texas police officer had the Uvalde gunman in his sights but never fired a shot. The report from Texas State University released Wednesday raised the troubling question of whether Salvador Rolando Ramos could have been stopped before he even entered the Robb Elementary campus, where he killed 19 children and 2 teachers in May. Texas State University's Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training pointed to several significant errors made before Ramos walked through an open school door. The National Education Association proposed a resolution that would change the word mother in contracts to birthing parent. The reasoning? Inclusion for the LGBTQ community. The resolution would be voted on Wednesday by the Representative Assembly, which comprises 6,000 educators. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else on tap here? Let's see here. I think Kyle made it back to the home 20 there, Mount Gilead, his home 20 in Columbus. Be back out on the road here in short order. Last Friday when we spoke to him there, July 1, I thought he said there was a couple of events he didn't have on the list. He needs to update that. What I'm saying, coming up next on the calendar, where are we headed? The NTPA Lions Super Pool of the South. They're in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. That's coming up the 22nd and 23rd. Lions Motorsports Park. Kyle's heading that direction. He'll have the vendor booth with him. Following weekend, that's stop number 2 in Tennessee at the Crossville Dragway, back to the straight line racing. That's our next Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Rocky Top Diesel Shootout, number 9 at Crossville Dragway. Now, that same weekend, as Kyle heads to Crossville Dragway, Josh will be headed to Ambassador Park here in Fort Recovery, Ohio, for that weekend's edition of the National Tractor Pull Association Fort Recovery Grand Nationals. So you'll have double duty that weekend. Kyle will have one of our vendor booths there in Crossville. Josh will have a vendor booth in Fort Recovery, Ohio, with some of our NTPA action. Of course, each week we get the updates with our NTPA reports here on the Overnight Drive. Pappy had sent me a link from the policing community. all the events that unfolded over the weekend at various Independence Day celebrations. One that I had missed is what he wanted to update me on. 2 police officers were shot and injured in front of the Philadelphia Art Museum while on duty at the Independence Day celebrations there on Monday night. Another 4th of July event, shootings. This event caused stampedes of people that were watching fireworks at the Benjamin Franklin Parkway to flee what they believed was an active shooting situation. Undoubtedly, a lot of these people probably had been following the news throughout the day. Hey, did you hear about the shooting there near Chicago and what was unfolding there? So if you're hearing, you think there's an active shooter, I could imagine. Investigators still seeking to determine where the shots were fired from, how many were fired, and whether they were intentionally shot toward the police officers or whether the officers were struck by stray gunfire. Aside from the 2 officers, no one else was shot, though. Now, as of Tuesday, no arrest had been made. No suspects were in custody. According to the police commissioner there, each officer apparently suffered a graze wound, one to the forehead. The bullet was found in the police officer's hat, and the other took a shot to the shoulder. Both were treated and released from Jefferson within about 2 hours of the shooting, which happened about 9:47 p.m. there, Monday evening. Fireworks time. Show was probably just about to get underway. And if I had to wager a guess, the fact that 2 officers were hit by bullets and nobody else, I'm thinking they were probably directed at them. Sheriff Commissioner said we're just extremely grateful that this wasn't worse than what it could have been, that's for sure. It was a harsh end to a day and night of celebration on the parkway where they had some artist Jason Derulo headlined the Wah Wah Welcome America Party on the Parkway. Revelers had filled the area for the first time, actually, since the COVID pandemic had hit. They tell us the officers were standing right in front of the art museum between the steps and Eakins Oval when they were shot. According to law enforcement sources, they were standing relatively close to one another. The officer said they did not hear the shots, so again, no idea where the shots had come from. All right, we've got 844-3388. Someone brought up the Hunter Biden activity, which every here and there it resurfaces. The latest last week, when first of all it was the transcript of a voice message between the now president and his son, the voice message that had occurred when he was actually on the campaign trail to be president several years ago. And the audio from that, the actual audio of that voicemail, was made public this past day. I can try to pull that up and let you hear it, but we had already gone through the actual transcript. Now, Representative James Comer of Kentucky, ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, said the Treasury Department has been restricting access to suspicious activity reports when it comes to Hunter Biden. Surely this administration or various pieces of this administration wouldn't be doing anything to cover for Hunter Biden or the president, would they? No. In a letter this past day to the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, Comer voicing his concerns about the restricted access to the Hunter Biden-related reports, and went on to pledge to find out whether the Treasury Department was doing this, obviously, as a means of protecting President Biden and his son. He says, quote, "I wrote you in May requesting information regarding Hunter Biden and other Biden associates and family members' financial transactions that had been flagged by U.S. banks for reporting to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network through what they call suspicious activity reports. Now, the Biden administration is restricting Congress's access to said reports, and committee Republicans are investigating whether this change in long-standing policy is motivated by efforts to shield Hunter Biden and potentially even President Biden himself from scrutiny. Representative Comer reasons that despite the Treasury's assertions in the press, the Treasury is refusing to release the SARs connected to Hunter Biden and his family, including the president. Now, he shared a similar message on social media yesterday, sending out a tweet which reads, U.S. banks flagged over 150 shady international business transactions made by Hunter Biden. It has become clear the Biden administration is now hiding these suspicious activity reports from the Oversight Committee. Back in May, the Treasury Department claimed that they provide these reports to Congress in a manner that enables robust oversight and that's consistent with how other sensitive law enforcement information is produced. They've made SARs available for every request we've received, regardless of party, and we will continue to do so. That's what they said in May. That's what prompted Comer to push back with his response in his letter, which says, this is not true. During a phone call on June 13, Treasury officials informed the committee Republican staff they will not provide SARs to committee Republicans unless Democrats join in the request. Okay. So now you've got an intel committee, and if no Democrats are asking for it, they will not be released. It's obviously a cover job. Comer went on to say Treasury's actions call for investigation and now raise new questions about the degree to which the Biden administration is using the federal government to provide cover for the Biden family and its associates. The American people deserve to know whether the president's connections to his son's businesses or business deals occurred at the expense of the United States' interests and whether they actually represent a national security threat. He then requested Yellen to hand over all of the SARs generated in connection with Hunter Biden, as well as his uncle, James, and with Hunter Biden's various business partners, such as Eric Schwerin and Devon Archer, and with his business including the Rosemont Seneca. I guess you can keep on asking, but Comer said we want all documents, all communications, as well between the Treasury Department and the White House regarding Hunter and James Biden and their businesses and associates, along with any other FinCEN records tied to any banks related to Hunter and James Biden and others. Preserve all email, electronic documents, and data from January 20 of 2021, which was Biden's inauguration day, to today, to present. Anything related to Hunter Biden and other Biden associates and family members' financial transactions that have been flagged by U.S. banks. It's all a big secret. You're barking up the wrong tree. What are you going to get out of Yellen? Obviously, it's 844-844-3388. We'll be right back on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I finally got your email there, Horse Feathers. That's the reciprocity map, as he was talking about, the concealed carry permits, where you can click on a state and color-coded. Red means they will not recognize that state. Yellow means yeah, with other restrictions. And of course, you've got the green. Well, it is quite fascinating because, as he mentioned, in the state of Maryland, I don't care what state you're from, if you've got a concealed carry permit, Maryland does not recognize it. 0 other states. Now, I clicked over, I said, oh, let's take a look around. Let's take a look at South Dakota. if you have a concealed carry permit from another state, outside of South Dakota, guess what? South Dakota will recognize your concealed carry from all 50 states. So wherever, no matter where you're from in the country, if you got a permit from another state, they're all recognized in South Dakota. And again, Maryland, any state, they recognize no other state's concealed carry permit. Kind of odd, though, if you have a Maryland concealed carry, there's a half dozen states that, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, obviously South Dakota. I'd venture to say a handful of those states, probably there's a number of them that probably do recognize nearly the entire country. So I clicked on Georgia. If there's 32 states that Georgia would recognize your concealed carry permit. Alabama, 48 states. I'm guessing it's the lower 48 here, and that sort of thing. Fascinating map, but even more so that Maryland doesn't recognize anyone's concealed carry permit. Quick, yes, Gilligan, what else?
Hey, I forgot to mention there what I was on earlier. I-81 is closed at mile marker 247 exit there at Harrisonburg. They're routing you off and then getting right back on. There's a significant backup, but the idea of jumping off at the 245 to go over to back on 247 will not work because of the way the ramps are set up. That's actually a cloverleaf interchange. So, it's a nightmare at times.
Oh, boy.
But right now, there's a significant backup. I mean, it's like a mile backup or something. But if somebody sees that and wants to jump off at 245 and go up and get back on, it will not work. You're probably better off to set through the backup than cutting up through town and getting back on at the 251 also. So I figured I'd call and give you an update on that.
Very
One
good.
of our drivers texted me and let me know. All right. Thank you, Steve, and hope to talk to you tomorrow night.
Have a great day. Thank you for the heads up. I'm looking at it. I just got a message from the New York Times email, which says breaking news. Boris Johnson will resign as the leader of Britain's Conservative Party, according to the BBC report this morning. This will result in his departure as prime minister once the party chooses a successor through a leadership election, likely sometime this fall. Downing Street officials say Mr. Johnson will be making a statement to the nation today, a.k.a. Thursday. Updates will follow. Oh, boy. And upset in the geopolitical world here this Thursday. Coming up next, stick around via TNCRadio.live. Captain Tom Kirk comes your way next, chatting with a number of callers, talking about AB 5 out of California, the Supreme Court opting not to take up the case. What will the impact be on the trucking industry? That's Keep On Talking live coming up next, followed by Angie and Larry Baum. Their stories from the road on taillights. This week, meet their boss and hear about his success story. Finally, it's Anderson and Banker with the only sports show designed for truckers. It's Clutch Time Sports, which comes your way 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, all via TNCRadio.live. So that's coming up next. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour for our Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I